Hey guys, welcome back to Themis and Thought. So there's a wait, should I do the funny story? It's not that funny. So I had someone who was doing my shorts for me. So on the Discord, a lot of people will send me, not a lot of people, it's just Wake Up Makeup Slay. Let me not even pretend. So Wake Up Makeup Slay, seen on the screen here, will send me like clips of my live streams, and I will send them to someone, not gonna say who, to post the section that she gave, because I wanted those to become shorts. Also, if you're on the Discord, please send me clips of the live stream when you're watching. I don't know if you know how to do that, but there's a clipping bar. It looks like a scissor at the bottom. You can just send that, and I'll turn those into shorts. So that's what I've been doing. You've seen a lot of shorts lately. That's what I've been doing. But I haven't been the one who created most of them. I told someone to help me with them. And this person, everything was fine. But I've been watching the shorts, obviously. And I told this person to do it in first person, right? So to like edit the shorts as if they were me, because it's essentially me. Like I'm telling you which section I would cut out if I would cut something out. And so why do I'm not even reading the headlines. I'm not reading the description. I'm not reading the words on it. I'm just listening to see what was up there. I just started reading the words today, and I'm confused because I definitely say write it in first person. So when I saw Themis gets mad or Themis argues, or I'm like so, so I'm like, so hello, yeah. I thought I told you to write it in first person. So they thought I meant third person because they were already doing it in first person. And I told them randomly to write it in first person, and they thought I was wrong. And I meant third person because they've always been doing it in first person. So, like, why would I tell them to do something that they are already doing? So that was my bad. But I mean, it's not funny, but I'm going to claim that that was my bad because I did mean first person. I just wanted to reiterate that it should be in first person. Like, not that you should change what you're doing or that you weren't doing it right. I just mean, hey, just make sure it's in first person because I don't know. So, uh, nah, Themis did that on purpose. No, I didn't. I didn't do it on purpose. I was just very much. I was very much confused in the sort of realm of confusion. By the way, um, hey everyone, welcome, welcome. If I look a mess, I apologize. I literally got out of the shower. Today was my hair washing day, so the room is dark. I turned this room dark because I didn't want my hair to be much on camera because I combed it out. And yes, I broke my comb combing out my hair. And the Eco Styler gel that I put in my hair when I wash it, like I wash it, comb it, and then put Eco Styler in it, nothing else. Um, how do I put this? I broke the comb. The Eco Styler goes in. It doesn't settle. Like my hair doesn't look good until like the next day, which is why I do it on Fridays. So by like Saturday, if I'm supposed to do anything at night, it looks kind of presentable. Ah, anywho, hey Sober Bob. Oh, I forgot to message you. Now I remember. I will message you in a minute. So I also have this fork, and this fork is giving me comfort because I'm on high anxiety tonight because of some of the topics we're going to be talking about. Like, I'm literally um, high anxiety. So, like, it is what it is. I have to do what I have to do. No, no, not Yanni. No. I mean, we're going to talk about Yanni's interview, but I wish I only am doing that. If I wasn't only doing that, I wouldn't have a fork in my hand, like hitting myself with it. Anywho, no, I liked Yana's video. I'm not gonna go there, but I will remember hopefully to say that Yanni gives me hope in humanity insofar as the I don't know her personally, but what she presents online, I can truly appreciate um, someone who just seems to want to do good and want to be good. And so I can appreciate her as a subscriber, I can appreciate her and the way that she tries to engage with people. No, there's nothing bad. I'm going to review her interview, yes, but there's nothing bad that I have to say. No, no. Oh my God, absolutely not. Um, and well, private. So she seems to be a really good person. But let me just say now. I wanted to leave the kidology thing out of this sector of YouTube because it's none of our. I don't feel like the kidology thing is like directly any of our business, and I've never really addressed the kidology versus FD signifier in any meaningful way. I don't think I will. Um, but I will specifically talk about how FD was telling Kidology not to engage with Destiny and Vosh. I'm not familiar I know Vosh content. I've watched some of it, but I'm not familiar with Vosh. I am familiar with Destiny because y'all will not let me live. Y'all said I was going to know him and I was going to like him regardless if I wanted to or not. So I obviously have been watching Destiny. So when FD Signifier said that um I watched the entire thing. When FD Signifier went and was speaking with Kidology, and they were talking about their mishap, which I'm not getting into, he said, he essentially said, not verbatim, you are lucky that I am the one who reacted first to your video, because the other people would have done worse. And I found this so fundamentally problematic because if you're going to stand in what you did, if you guys have no clue what I'm talking about, it's fine. I'm not going to clarify. It's so fundamentally problematic because here is a black woman, you're a black man, and you are reacting to her and you're telling her, even though she's like, I've lost ad revenue, I've lost uh income, I have lost subscribers, my channel that was going up is now stagnated and in some ways went a little bit down. I know she will bounce back, but it's weird to me that when she explains that to you and say, I am not blaming you, this is how YouTube works, I get it. It's strange to me that FD's reaction to that was, well, you're lucky it was me and not those other people. I found that odd, particularly because Destiny's name was being brought up. I don't know Destiny personally, it is what it is. But I would have loved to see Destiny reacted to Kidology's video because based on what y'all have forced me to watch, would assume that Destiny and Kidology were politically aligned. Now, I don't know because Destiny claims to be a leftist and Kidology claimed to be apolitical. But I would have wanted to see that. Kidology says there should be sort of grace given to incels, and Vosh has kind of a similar take in that vein. So, I mean, I feel like they used the trans conversation as an attack, as opposed to dealing with what she was saying in its totality, and I found that hugely problematic. Anywho, I'm not jumping into that fight. If people want to talk about that, they can. I don't really care. However, Kidology did go on Destiny's channel and they were talking, and she claimed that she is an incel. Now, I should not, I should not have I should not have commented under her post. I did. I still stand by my comment. But we're going to watch, before we start our video tonight, we're going to watch a little bit of Kidology's video, because on Destiny's channel, she said that she was an incel. Um, and everyone was like, what do you mean you're an incel? So she did a video explaining why she is an incel. And I think this is an interesting take on inceldom, because it's not what incel is, in my opinion, and also based on her definition of what an incel is. I don't think she fits it, but she does start a really good conversation about women talking about sex in public and kind of not enjoying it. And I think this, I kind of hope that she continues this conversation, not under the umbrella of being an incel, but just saying men don't know how to do what they need to do, so I'm not about to do it with these men. So I wish her luck in this avenue. I think it's a femcel, but incel. But I wish she continued. So let's watch some of her video, and then we'll get into my comment. And I'm annoyed because I actually wanted to see her channel grow, and I was watching her from the bushes. And it annoys me that her growth has been stagnated. So let's watch. Also, it's not because I agree with her politically. That's not the reason. I just think she's really smart.
Tinder and find a guy.
It's what this sex is, and this problem. If they have sex, it's going to solve all their problems. You know, sex is actually not just putting your and then somehow your world is just restored. Like, it's a lot of communication, talking, understanding the body and the physicality of the specific individual.
Yeah, I don't disagree with any of that. But you'd be a volcel. You're voluntarily celibate, right? Because if you wanted to just bang somebody, it would be easy to do that. But you're not.
No,
but you're voluntarily
have sex with somebody, but I want to have actual sex with somebody, not this hypothetical.
Yeah, so you're looking for like a good, like a healthy relationship, and then for some sort of action to occur within like the confines of like a loving, romantic, healthy relationship, I imagine, right?
No, I don't even need that. I think I just want the sex to be good. You know, I want it to be, you know, a meaningful experience. I want it to be profound. Okay, hear me out. And I know this is very difficult for a lot of people, especially men. Basically, just for some context, I was talking to Destiny, and we were talking about me being an incel.
People said it's too fast. I apologize. The reason it's too fast is I was literally listening to a bunch of stuff, and I speed them up way too fast. So my 2 times is what I listen to, and so I'm going to move it down. I apologize. Thank you.
So somebody who is involuntary now, people have a huge problem with saying this, and I think this is because our understanding of incel is so marred by the pejorative of what an incel is. Alone on a forum, hating women, hating the world, believing that of his look because women are picky, because of hypergamy, etc. And I think this, as well as just a very normal everyday assumption that if a woman wants to, she can get sex, that it is so easy for a woman to get sex whenever, however, at her own discretion. I think this is the root.
Before y'all say you love her accent, someone said it's breaking up. Struggle stream. I think I should not have went after Prince Petty, because after I went after Prince Petty, my entire internet apparently is not working. Yeah, Themison thought the connection is cutting out. Should I restart? Wait, let me. Am I cutting out? Are you guys hearing me now? Let me pull it up on my phone because I rebuke all of this right now. And I'm absolutely not going to sit here and stand for this. I don't struggle stream. There's no struggle over here. I rebuke struggle. So my audio is fine. It's my video. Is it fine now? You're fine. Your video. Let me check my Discord because people are sending me things in the Discord. No, they're sending me paragraphs. I can't read that right now. All right, they said I'm fine. All right, let's go back and try to get into this. It might be the case that because I have so many whoever reported it needs to restart. No issue on the stream. You're fine. All right, good. Thank you. Let's restart.
Of the problem. When we talk about declining rates of sex, especially in the West, it's often just focused around men and how much sex men are having, with this inference that somehow women control access to sex. And yes, in theory, that is the case. But I think in reality, things are obviously and inevitably with everything a lot more complicated than we ever give it credit for. In our modern conversations about sex, about intimacy, there is this profound lack of appreciation or this underappreciation that for women, bad sex can really be scarring and shocking. It can be very traumatic insofar as actually undermining any possibility of you even being able to have sex. This doesn't mean that I don't want to have sex. It doesn't mean that I am voluntarily choosing not to have sex. I physically and mentally cannot have sex. And this is in no way unique to me. I think this is far greater a phenomenon than we give it credit for, in the same way that the vast majority of women don't actually gain much sexual pleasure from penetrative sex, that a lot of women fake orgasms, that a lot of women don't even have orgasms on a regular basis. I think these are all little dark secrets that we keep in order to, well, keep our partners happy and satisfied with us, but also because I think the influence of and this idea that women are getting so much pleasure from men knowing how to do all these various interesting little techniques is just taken for granted. Since you all love hearing about my sex life, or rather my non-existent sex life, let's go down that route once again. In my last...
All right. I won't fully let her explain this. I fundamentally disagree with her. I understand her position, but you are choosing not to. Even if you don't, like, unless you become asexual, right? Or you are, if there are offers coming your way and you say no, and you want to choose who you want to do it with because you want it to be good, then you are voluntarily celibate. Like, I understand her claim, and I do want more women. I want this to become a movement. I want it to be a movement where women are online and complain about how horrendous men are, to the fact that they don't want to engage with these men because they don't know how to pleasure, right? So fine. This is uncouth to even talk about it, but and she gives a very horrendous story. Let me go to my comments. So I commented, oh, you definitely can see that. And I stand beside, I still stand beside this. Kidology, we can go on a date. I am inviting you to a date. But, so you're not involuntary in the strictest sense, but you change the definition of sex to include good and pleasurable. She did respond. I like her response. I also told her that I don't think she is wrong. I don't see anything wrong with what she's saying. I mean, I just wouldn't classify her as an incel. It just doesn't, like, it doesn't seem involuntary what she's talking about, right? Now, if there is a block and we're thinking about, okay, I physically cannot do this because of a mental block based on trauma that I've experienced. Maybe we will get into some definition there of incel that would include it. But incels is defined as the inability to attract a partner to engage sexually with. So it doesn't make sense that you would say your own sort of trauma, which prevents you from engaging, then makes you an incel. I don't think it makes you an incel. I think it makes you something else. And I think what else it makes you should be investigated, because I do think she is correct insofar as a lot of women are having traumatic experiences that make sex not pleasurable for them. And if you listen to a lot of these men talk, sex is not about the woman, it's about them. They give you money and whatever, and you give them sex. And if they think of sex as that transactional, then your pleasure, your interest, you being a part of the experience is the last thing on their mind. I think they should continue. So I support what she's doing. I would not classify it as being an incel, but she was gracious. She responded. She said maybe she should think about it more. She's planning to think about it more, blah, blah, blah. Prince Petty, you should definitely interview her again on this. I don't like doing interviews, so it's probably not going to happen here. But I also don't want her to be attacked by the people who want to attack me. So I'm going to leave her alone and leave this to Prince Petty. But I only brought this up. Because I want her and other women to continue to talk about this. Like, I don't think it's about shaming men, but I do think that women's experience in this activity should be considered. And if they're not going to consider it by themselves to respond to it, then force them to do it. Make it well known, make a lot of noise, and talk about how terrible they are to the extent that you don't even want to do it. So, period. I'm here for that. Okay, Prince Petty said he's let us know when you're going to interview her. If she says yes, and then I will be there. I can't speak for the chat because before we start, the one good thing about this chat is I love the fact that this community is not interested or invested in other people talking about me. So people who have been making videos about me have completely stopped because none of y'all watch it. And I want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much, because I am not content, and that's just that on that, period. All right, let's start this foolishness now. All right. So I've stayed away from this long enough, and the shade room will not let me live. The shade room will literally not let me live and not talk about this. So here we are. I don't know who I'm supposed to talk about here. Should I talk about DDG or should I talk about Hallie? The reason is, and maybe I shouldn't talk about any of them because it's none of my business. No, it is my business. Performers need an audience. We are their audience. Part of being an audience is the ability to talk about what we see and engage in it. Your art, who you are as a celebrity, what you put out in the world is not always going to be liked. And this, I do not like. I don't like this because this fashion show, the Gucci fashion show was recently. Now, how recently? I think it was like this week. I don't know. I did not check because I was so frustrated. But it looks like Hallie and DDG are together. Now, I don't know why. I don't know how many red flags you need, but I wanted to go back a little bit. And I wanted to pull up the tweets, not all of it. Like, I'm not getting into this, but I am frustrated because these two sisters have burned me out. These two sisters have made me tired. Chloe, with her song with Chris Brown, I didn't like the song. I didn't like the video. I didn't like any of it. The only reason I watched it was that maybe the controversy would have pushed it and maybe they would have done something amazing so that we could not deny it was good. I still wouldn't care about it and continue to watch it, but I knew people were thinking about it and they were gonna watch. So I watched, I hated it, didn't like it, didn't care, everyone's doing too much, whatever. And so I'm frustrated with that. And then I see Hallie over here with DDG. And this DDG person is super annoying. He made a tweet. What was that tweet? Well, here it is. The Shade Room has everything, apparently. Now, you might not find anything important about this tweet, but I will explain it to you. He said, crazy how the world just de-essing my excellent boyfriend attributes and skill, but as a get hooked on phonics first and foremost, but it's a tweet. But as soon as one of my obsessors try to expose me, I am the worst N-word ever. Y'all only do this with successful Black men. I don't care about any of that except the bottom part about successful Black men, because he was the one talking about how racism is over and there's nothing for Black people to worry about. We care too much. Then he sent out this tweet talking about, where is it? this one. When I say people need to get hooked on phonics, I'm not saying that as a joke. I'm saying that because I think Sinji was the one who said it. Believe it or not, I can care less if you like me or not. You don't need or not at the end of the statement, but it's fine. But if you can care less, it means you care. If you can care less, it means you care. So you're telling us, based on this, that you care. I don't care. I don't care about him. I don't care about a DDG. I don't care about his artistry. I care that he has our good sis. I care that he had our good sis hanging out with Blueface and Krishan. I don't know why this is a thing. I don't know why this continues to be a thing, but apparently the DDG and Holly are together. And DDG is out here talking about Krishan and Blueface are couple goals. Now, if these amazingly successful women, Holly and Chloe, decide to let the men that they bring around them tear their careers down, that is a them problem and not an us problem. I am tired. I cannot be in any more fandom. I have retired. The Navy, the Beehive will be the last fandom for me. Those are it. I am tired. I can't be a Clover. What Chloe call her fans a Clover? Hallie call her fans the fishes, the crabs? I don't know. The Little Mer. I am not. I'm done. I'm tired. I was tired since I was a Barb, and I had to give that up after Nicki Minaj got married. I was like, yeah, no, I can't do that. I can't do it. So I still love Nicki. I think she's a great artist, and I will listen to her. I will celebrate her, but I am not about to. I'm not about to really invest in any more artists. I'm tired. I'm done. Like, I actually really cared about these women in ways that I shouldn't. These are the kind of relationships you create in your head where you think these are your family member. And for me, these were my younger sisters that were doing amazing and I was rooting for them. I can no longer do this publicly, so I will silently bow out in shame, and I hope the best for them. I wish them tons of success, but I can't. Like the whole I'm in love thing is not an excuse. Like, you have a brand to protect at this point. You have young girls looking up to you. Like,
If Taylor Swift is
I cannot sit idly by and watch you do this to yourself. Anywho, so that being said, let's get into a bunch of mess quickly. We're gonna do we're gonna do some quick mess because I just started rewatching Kendra G. I just I just started rewatching Kendra G, and I stopped. By the way, just an FYI, the reason I stopped watching Kendra G is simply because I think she's unfair. Cynthia G said this today, actually, but the way she treats Black women versus white women who come on her show, it's very strange, and I don't think it's intentionally mean. Like, I don't think she's like trying to be mean to Black women. So I'll put that out there. I don't think that's what it is. I do, however, think that there is a subconscious thing that I don't like, and here it is. If you watch when there is a Black woman of a certain age who comes on and put out what they want, there is a ton of pushback. And Kendra G will very overtly say, you don't deserve that. Or you're not going to get that, rather. Not you don't deserve, but you're not going to get that. Or it's going to be hard. There's a ton of pushback. But if a person, a woman of another race comes on with, I don't know, let's say 6 children with 4 baby fathers, she does not give pushback in the same way. And I find that really, really, really sad and disheartening. But I didn't stop watching her because of that either. She is a Black woman after all. So why? The Donnie Lay stuff was it for me. Like, when I tell you, if you do something, you have one time, right? Like, you have an opportunity to fix it, but like, I don't sit idly by and say, oh my God, you did this. No, I'm gonna take action. So when Kendra G was hugging Donnie Lay and was like, oh my God, we are friends now, I was over it. Like, I shut it off. I stopped watching. I was done. But I decided to get invested because of when she dragged that person for saying Beyonce was not cute. So here we are. Now this man, I'm not even going to introduce this video. Let's just watch it together because yeah, yes. Hey, Finji, she will call them delusional. Yeah. And I think that's weird that you will do that with one group of women and not. Like, it sets a value. And maybe she's not wrong. Maybe she is responding to the cultural climate where she understands how the men who watch her show will react, and not just react, but respond to certain kinds of women based on race. I don't know, but I don't like it. So here we go. I decided not to watch her interview women anymore, just as a general matter. Unless it's like a woman of another race, I will watch that, but I don't watch her interview with Black women. So if you watch me and we react to Kendra G, it won't be a reaction to like a Black woman on there because I don't watch those. I think they're too cringe. Like, I'm not doing that. But let's watch this young man, and by young man I mean very, very old. Let's go. Let's watch it.
Hello.
How you doing?
How you doing? What's your name?
Nike?
Your name is Nike?
Yes, ma'am.
Just do it.
All right.
How old are you?
28.
28. Nike. Is that the name your mama gave you?
My dad, yeah.
Your name is Nike on your birth certificate?
Yes, ma'am.
Does your dad own Nike? Is he in part of it?
Nah.
What is the meaning behind your name?
Victory. I'm a goddess. Or a god. You feel me?
Okay, got you. All right, let's keep going. Where you calling me from, babe?
Right now, believe it or not, the halfway house.
You're in a halfway house?
Yeah.
Okay. What did you do?
Long story short, it involved a lot of guns, a lot of attempted murders.
Wait.
Were you
found innocent? So
Now, Kendra G dead wrong. How you gonna be like, I am currently it wait, does Kendra G think this man works there? Does Kendra G think this man works there? Because I'm confused. How is he telling you he is currently in a halfway house and you're asking if he was found innocent? What do you mean? What do you mean? Were you found innocent? Attempted murder. You go ask, oh, you were currently in a halfway house. Were you found innocent? Wait, is that not a wait, hold up. Is that not a known thing? When you're in a halfway house, it's like the transitional phase. Like that's known, right? Drop a one if that is known, or if that's maybe like saying a halfway house is lawyer speak. So drop a one if you would have known that he was found guilty by him saying he was in a halfway house. Or drop a two if you're like, yeah, we don't know. You're in a halfway house. It could just be that, like you're halfway home. that, I don't know what that means. Like, what do you mean when you found innocent? You weren't, no. All right, everyone is saying a one. Good. All right. So it's not like weirdly elitist in any ways. Crystal is in timeout. Please put Crystal. Don't actually do this, by the way. I said this once, and the moderators actually put the person in timeout. I don't mean to. Don't put this person in timeout. Anyway, put Crystal in timeout. What do you mean? I think Kendra thinks it means he's halfway. You're absolutely in timeout. Crystal, you are in timeout. I'm going to look for your comments myself to put you in timeout. You are wrong.
So you did something with guns and attempted murder?
Murders, yes, man.
More than one?
Yeah.
Who was you trying to kill?
People who set me up.
Who child? Okay, Nike, this is a lot. Now I have to put this disclaimer out there. Well, this goes for anybody. I am not liable for whoever you meet. Now that's an overall blanket. But I think in the midst of continuing to talk to you, Nike, I need to say that.
No, remove him. You don't do that. First of all, I don't think you should always be paternalistic. But if you in your gut think that there would be women in your audience desperate enough to reach out to him in his situation currently, and you think you would be exposing them to a bad person that could potentially hurt them, you don't say, I am not responsible, and then continue to ask this. End this conversation. That's what you do right here. End this conversation. If you believe your audience could be exposed to dangerous people by you having him on there, you don't say, I'm going to wash my hand of it. You don't do that. You don't just wash your hand of what you're exposing your audience to. That's not okay.
Right now, I am not liable for any woman who wants to get to know you further.
By the way, I'm not saying she is liable. I'm saying I think as a responsible content creator, you would end it here. Because sure, I think everyone has the right to either decide to engage or not engage. That's fully on them. So I'm not saying she is fully liable, but like I do feel like you have some kind of responsibility to care for your audience. I do believe that. I do believe you have some responsibility to care for your audience, particularly if there are people who are there who are like actually seeking love and may not know how to find it or may feel like this is the best that they can do.
But she's able to get to know you further if that's her desire.
I guess so.
How long have you been in a halfway house for?
2 months.
2 months. When are you done?
Next month.
And can you tell us where you're at? What city?
Columbia, South Carolina.
Kenny, you play too much. I entertain Stan and I will entertain a lot of other people because I'm not trying to get. Wait, are y'all reaching out to people on here to date? Because if y'all, if y'all thought this was a dating show, y'all dead wrong. Absolutely not. So the men's I bring up here and we're talking. I hope you guys are not reaching out to them for love. Let me find out y'all out here talking to Orange Pill and what's his name, Stan. Let me find yeah, let me find out. She asked where he is from, and he said the halfway house. I didn't even notice that. I didn't even just telling on yourself when no one asked. That's not where you're from. He said that for attention. He just called for attention and she knows it, but kept talking to him. She dusted too. I don't know. I think, I don't know, because we have another one that I think was planned, but we're still going to watch it and act like it wasn't planned. Someone said Orange Pill is happily married. Now, you know, marriage has never stopped. Have never. When has marriage ever stopped a cheater from cheating? Please let me know that in the chat. If you can tell me when marriage stopped a cheater from cheating, I will give you 2 points. I don't know 2 points for what, but I will give you. Thank you, Hila. We've been crushing on money. Y'all don't even know what money look like. I love Themis laugh. Oh, thank you. Let's continue. Thank you.
South Carolina. So are you safe? Like, are
Yeah.
people looking for you to retaliate?
I ain't tripping. If it happen, it happen. Feel me?
Well, we're tripping. We don't want nothing to happen to you. Nike, we can't really see your face. We don't want nothing to happen to you, first of all, right? I really don't want anything to happen to you. And God forbid you're with somebody and something happens to them. So do you feel like you're in this is a safe situation? Are you going to relocate? Like, on a serious note, taking the dating and the love out the table, I really want you to be in a safe situation. Like, no bullshit.
Why is Kendra speaking to this man like this man is a child and not a grown man who attempted to murder people? I am so confused. The person you're speaking to has been convicted of attempted murder. I am confused. By the way, this is why I don't understand men online. This interaction right here is why I don't understand men online. Black women will do this over and over and over and over again. It is the over identifying with the male counterparts, right? And regardless of what he does, I think she sees good in him. I don't know this man. I'm not saying she should or shouldn't see good in him, but she sees good in him. And she is reaching deep down to help pull that good out of him. Even though this man is a convicted for attempted murder. That don't make sense to me. She has fully interviewed like 10 men in jail. You want to know something sad? Like, I'm talking about social responsibility on Kendra's part, but we have to actually hold people accountable. All those people who went out and like DM'd and go speak to and meet up with these people in prison. Like, how are you finding love after lockup? Like, while you're in it, that don't make sense to me. It does not make any sense to me that people are sending these letters. Also, I didn't know this. I did not know you could have like your phone in prison and like do full-on interview. I didn't know that was a thing for Butterfly. But anyway, let's continue.
I mean, I'm gonna be straight regardless. You feel me? So I ain't worried about the next man. You feel me?
What does it mean when you say you're going to be straight regardless?
I ain't gonna put it on the internet, but it just you can use context clues
Do you have children?
that I know of. 3.
Okay, so
What was that face for?
well, no, because I don't want you to have this attitude like whatever happens, happens. You have 3 people who are counting on you.
Oh, they straight. You know, get the little savings account and all that. They gonna be straight.
But they should, but they still want to see you when you're 80 years old too. That's more straight than money. So what you gotta do, no, for real, on a serious note, you gotta think about them because a lot of times.
How I just, oh my God. Like the thing that's annoying me while I'm watching it live, like I thought about this previously, right? But it's like really irking me as I'm watching it live. It's the way in which she's like really sympathizing with him and wanting him to be better and want better for himself. Like this woman is like actually trying to make, like in a conversation, trying to get him to see value in himself and trying to make him think about something other than himself and think about a future and think about what he's going to do with his life and how he can be better for his children. This man is in a halfway house. Instead of job application and figuring out his life, he's on Kendra G trying to find a woman, presumably. So priorities, what are those kind of thing? Like I don't understand why Kendra G is like this, like warm and like motherly to him. Because this is very much, I want better for you. I see good in you. You can be better than this. And I don't think Kendra G is the only person. I think Black women generally do this, which is why I don't understand how it's not reciprocated. Like the way in which someone can sit there and say they're in a halfway house because they were convicted for attempted murder, and your first thought is, how can I help you? How can I make you better? I don't see that as an L. I don't see that as bad. I see it as bad because it's not reciprocated. So yes, I see it as bad. But that level of empathy and that ability to empathize with these men, it's so strange that it's never reciprocated en masse, and it's not something that is seen as valuable just generally. Because this man is not about to sit here and see anything meaningful. All right, let's continue.
I have, I live in Chicago. This is just real talk. I live in Chicago and I meet so many young guys that are in your age category that have this whatever attitude. Hold on, let me finish my statement. You can say whatever after. They have a whatever attitude about life at times, but they're also fathers, and your life doesn't just belong to you. You have 3 people, you told me, that they need you. So so you're in a halfway house right now, but I need you to make sure you're figuring out a plan that's going to keep you on earth with your children. Don't have a whatever it is attitude. I don't want you to have that type of mentality. I want you to care about living. I want living to be important to you. And you got to think before you react. You can't.
See, ooh, this is frustrating. This is frustrating because, like, it's not. I don't know this, but I am 100% sure. I don't know this. I'm just saying 100% because, like, I would bet my life on it, but I probably wouldn't. Kendra is not into this man. I don't think Kendra would ever date this man. So it seems like Kendra is seeing value in this man outside of like, oh my God, I love you, you're handsome, blah. It's, I see you as a human and I see you as being better and I want better for you. Why? Why? What? There has been no point. I am not saying you shouldn't. But there is absolutely no point in this conversation where this man have explained anything about his current life that would have you think anything that you're thinking right now, Kendra. I promise you, there is absolutely nothing that this man right here has done to indicate that he wants better. I am 100% sure of that because I just watched it. Unless you guys had a conversation behind the scenes, this interaction doesn't make any sense. It literally doesn't make any sense to me. And still, this is why I cannot just ignore what is happening online. Because we know, regardless of what these men think and say, Black women are literally always there fighting and pushing and wanting better. This is not just Kendra G. I wouldn't care if this was one Black woman doing this. This is a representative of Black women in their interaction with Black men and wanting Black men to do better. At least in my experience and the experience of everyone that I know, their experience too. So yes, it's anecdotal, but I guarantee you this is how it is. I love Kendra's show, but she does have a way more empathy and patience for the men. Yeah, this is a lot of empathy because I would have been hung up. If we're talking and we're doing this, we're doing it behind the scenes. But it could also be, and this is more cynical, it could also be that she recognized moments where she can get more audience and viewership. So she might be playing the internet politics, right? That might be it. I don't know, but that might be it. He's looking for a place. This is my thought exactly. He's looking for a place to stay after he leaves. She's baby, and Amanda is 28 years old with 3 children. A mess. Let's continue. People are frustrated because I'm not watching in its entirety. I'm talking. This is not a reaction channel. I don't watch people video and just react to it. I mean, I do it sometimes. Like I'm kind of doing it now, but I would hope that my commentary is meaningful. But even if it's not, I'm not just going to play someone's video and not talk about it. So to the extent it's annoying, I actually am sorry. I hate my own voice also, but like, this is how it is. Y'all can't be that mad. There's over 1,000 of y'all in here now.
You can't be out here. I don't really know the backstory, right? So I don't know the backstory. I can't deep dive into the backstory. But you just gotta start making moves. You gotta make moves that keep your children first. Like that's real talk. You gotta make moves that don't let the streets get you emotional and get you mad, and now you throwing your whole life away because when you fuck up your life, your kid's life is gonna have to deal with that, right? So you gotta outsmart the game. Like real talk, you gotta outsmart the game because what happens is, and it makes me so sad how so many young Black boys just like, I don't give a fuck. It is what it is. But no, don't have that mentality. Like they want y'all to feel that way. I want y'all to beat the system. Don't keep falling into this shit.
Who is they? Who is they that want you to feel that way? Who want them? I don't. Oh my God! This man confessed to attempted murder. Like he didn't just say, "Oh, I was convicted for attempted murder." It was a trumped up charge. It wasn't real. The system got me. No, he confessed that he was trying to go after the people who set him up, presumably having to do with gang relations. He says this before, so not presumably. He says this. What system? Like, please remember to like the video. Please remember to like the video. This don't make no sense to me. This man literally is sitting here telling you, I don't care. It is what it is, blah, blah, blah. You're going to say, don't do that. That's what they want you to think. What? No. wait. EB, you are literally on timeout. Did you just say Kendra Luther King? What? I promise I saw the I Have a Dream speech. Whew. Why are y'all like this? I don't understand how. Why where y'all like this? Don't make no sense. Why? I literally saw MLK. I literally saw MLK. Y'all wrong. She knows that man isn't about on anything serious. The only thing he's trying to be about and is on a t-shirt. He was a good man. Kiki. Oh my God. Someone said Kendra Luther King. Someone literally sat down there and typed Kendra Luther. Let me find that comment. I'm going to put this back up there. Kendra Tubman, leading justice to freedom, one live stream at a time. Man, oh, who? Someone said Kendra X. You want to know the reason this is funny to me, and I have to explain why I'm laughing so much, because my head is now hurting. Y'all ran up my blood pressure. As she was talking, I was like, this feels very civil rights-esque. They trying to hold, like, it felt very civil rights-esque. So I was like, and someone just wrote it. And yeah, looking for housing and she's not love and relationship. Look, I am tired. I am tried. Let's continue. Y'all play too much.
That makes sense, but even though I don't want to sound ignorant, I'm gonna just keep it real. Like everybody's life is gonna be lived a certain way. You feel what I'm saying? Regardless, you was created to do what you're doing. I'm created to do what I'm doing. You feel me? I'm over here, you over there. It's cool, but it just.
Sorry, I'm glad y'all didn't hear that because that was kind of mean. What do you mean you were created to do what you're doing? You are currently in a halfway house because you were convicted of attempted murder. I don't think that's what you were created to do. Like, call me overly religious, but I don't think my Jesus, I don't think my God created you for that.
At the end of the day, that's my life.
Let me say this to you. I agree with that. And I also don't believe there's any mistakes. And God wouldn't put you in my presence if he didn't want you to hear that message. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not too late. There's so many.
Period. Kendra is a prophetess. It is what it is. Kendra said God would not put you here if he didn't want you to hear that message. Kendra, no, period. I'm going to continue. I'm done. I'm tired. Y'all dragging me.
There's so many guys. Let me tell you something. There's so many boys like you that's currently in heaven wishing that they could have made a different decision because now they got to look down at their kids, watching their kids crying every single night because they don't got daddy, because daddy wanted to be tough for the streets and prove that he was a man. But no, being a man is being there for your children, making every decision that's going to reflect your children. That's what being a man is. Retaliating over some bullshit, throwing your life away, ending up dead. That's not being a man. So I agree with what you said, but I don't believe.
Yo. So I saw a preview for Ant-Man, and the villain in Ant-Man is called Kang. And I feel like Marvel is trolling us. I feel like Marvel, the evil person, the antagonist in Ant-Man is called Kang. I promise you, it's spelled Kang. Now, obviously, it's part of the comics, but like, I'm done. Y'all go look up the villain in Ant-Man and look what his name is. And hear them people, as soon as he comes on screen and people are talking to him, hear them say the word Kang. And tell me that's not the funniest thing you've ever heard. Kang the Conqueror. She thinks he actually cares about his children. What? Right? No, I promise I'm not lying. Let me find it. Let me show you. And I'm gonna pull up Ant-Man. Here. This right here is Kang. Like, I'm not joking. His name, the villain's name is Kang. Kang the Conqueror, I think. I don't know. I don't care. But yeah. So if y'all watch Ant-Man, like, I don't know why I that tickled me so much, but it did. These chocolate covered Alec Finn are not in heaven, ma'am. Okay.
Believe God would have you come on my show. You came on my show for love, and and potentially we might still go down that lane, but I gotta speak from my heart. And like I said, you're not the first guy that I have met with this whatever attitude, and it just makes me so sad because we're losing our Black boys because we're not outsmarting the game. And you got children. That's the most important thing you got to think about is you got children, and you owe it to them. You owe it to them to make wiser decisions.
Who you think this man went to jail for attempted murder for trying to kill? Who do you think he was trying? Because it feels like y'all think there is a war going on against Black men, and maybe there is. I'm not saying there isn't, but as it relates to this specific situation, I highly doubt. Let me not finish that statement. His face says, "Girl, give it to." His face does say, "Give it a rest." Like, he's like, "Girl, I'm just trying to get like a home. You're already telling me about accountability. I'm not about to do that. Thanks, concern." I love when teammates laugh like that and then try to be serious afterwards. I am being serious. Thank you. That man is literally saying he doesn't care, and she's still trying to convince him to love himself and his children. This is so true. This is so true. It's like I'm not here for that. And Kendra, well, period. This change, at least she's not like actually going through with the dating show portion. She's like trying to like, I don't know, give him counsel. I don't know, girl, because this man not listening.
Decisions. And you owe it to them, and you owe it to them to make sure that your life matters. You know, you can't have it's a whatever. You can't do that. I know you laughing, but you're a father. You got to be a responsible father.
Girl, this man don't care. Not Kang the Conqueror being a Black man as canon. Right? Like I sat there for a good 2 minutes because I was like, I know whoever posted this YouTube, I know their line. I know they misspelled King. I know it's not Kang the Conqueror. Like, I just know the title is wrong. When I heard that, I think it was a white lady said Kang. When I said I lost it, I absolutely lost it today. I absolutely lost it. Like, she was like, Kang. What is happening? What is happening? And they got a Black man to play him. I was like, I know y'all lying. I know. So maybe there's something about the propaganda going on online, because girl.
Yes, ma'am.
You agree with that?
I know it's the Marvel character. I do know that. I know they're true to at least the characters in the Marvel book, and he's supposed to be one of the most powerful villains. I definitely went back to go make sure that they didn't just misspell the word king. They didn't. This has been a part of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Like, they've been trolling black people, I think, since I don't know, whenever Marvel came out. They've been trolling because absolutely no way. They probably walked around and heard some hoteppers say the word Kang and put it in a comic. That's the origin of Kang for me. He got killed in Loki, he got killed in Ant-Man, and then there's like millions of him coming. So apparently it's a thing.
Much?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now I'm gonna still let you do the love. Let's see. You say you're 28. So you're not currently working right now?
Of course.
Or you are working?
I got a job my 4th day and a half hours.
You do what?
Now I work at Rotech, but before that they had me at a couple of temp agencies.
Okay, cool. Move back a little bit because we can't see your face. And you said South Carolina. All right, so Nike, you said you have 3 kids, right? How old are your kids?
My oldest, he about to be 7. My youngest, I think he turning. Man, how old is this guy turning? I think he about to be 3.
I'm gonna fight you. You need to know your kid's age.
Someone said, just spoil the movie theme is LOL. Y'all have a couple days to watch that movie and then come back so I can drag it. Because that plot don't make no sense. That scientist needs to be fired. All right, anyway, she should have been talked about this before. But I'll give you guys a couple days before I really drag it. B. Sinclair says, Kendra, he's not looking for a sermon. He's looking for 3 shots and come. No, I'm not doing that. You've been a member for 6 months.
That's a prison baby. I ain't gonna cap. That's a prison baby.
It's a what, baby?
Prison baby. I hit his mom in visitation.
You hit his mama up while you were in prison? Child, Nike. You know. So, well, regardless of how the baby got here, you still the dad.
So you got a baby while you were in prison. You weren't married, so I'm not sure which state you're in, or whether or not these state. He actually explains this later, I think, but I don't remember it. So I'm gonna go off and continue this. Which woman? Nope, done.
Daddy, so you have to take care of this.
I ain't disputing that.
Okay.
Show you what I need. You feel me?
But how does this work? She was a guard?
Nah, she was a visitor, and
she was a visitor.
Ended up paying. Yeah.
You don't get conjugal visits unless you're married, as far as I know. But I don't work in the prison system, so.
I was paying the officer to slide in the bathroom.
Yeah, there it is. That's what I forgot. He was paying the officers so he was breaking the law while he was in prison. So he was paying the officers to allow this woman to come in. What is prison at this point? People are talking about prison reform. Apparently it's not tough enough. I'm kidding. JK.
Hand him up in.
You're being serious? You're being serious?
This is.
So you didn't even know who she was?
Nah, we was talking. You know, I was in Atlanta, and we can get phones. You feel me? Like, we got the bread, and I got on Facebook after all these years, and like, we just chopped it up. She started following me a little bit. That was it. She came to visit me a couple times, and I just had it.
Who child? Okay, that's 2. What's the other child?
The bar is past hell. If he thinks a woman will give him a chance, and I don't know, it's past that because I know somebody will. Well, he got it. Thank you, by the way, Yamik. She's been a member for 4 months at the Discord level. I don't think so. Well, the bar is past hell, but someone is about to go down there because he got a woman pregnant while he was in prison by paying off a guard to let the woman come in. Period. That's disgusting.
Oh, Nike.
My little girl, Gigi, about to be 6.
She's 6. Okay, I feel like, are you the closest with her?
I ain't never hugged her, but
you never hugged your daughter?
No. She was born when I got locked up.
Why you never hugged your daughter?
She was born when I got locked up. Like, her mom was pregnant with her prior to me getting arrested, and then just went down here.
Okay, so when does okay, so are these 3 different women?
Yes, ma'am.
So are you like staying in contact with them? Like when you get out, are you trying to be with your children?
Of course, with my children, yeah, but the women.
Not with the women, okay, but with the children at least.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's important.
So you came on my show because you're open to meeting somebody else.
I would say that, or what the universe would meant. You feel me?
What the universe present. Nike, I'm gonna let you rock, but I do have to say to my women, this is a cautious situation. I mean, you have to admit you're in a cautious situation. I honestly, listen, I want you to rock, but something just keeps telling me your kids just got to be your focus. Like,
It is.
Like your kids just got to be your focus. Are you telling me you never hugged your 6-year-old daughter? Or you want to meet a new woman?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna deal with that. You feel me? If it come, it come. But when I leave the head round, she got the first date.
Okay, what kind of woman you looking for, Nike?
Strong suit got to be loyalty. I can deal with the rest of that. Strong suit, loyalty, honesty. That's it.
Loyalty, honesty. What's some deal breakers for you?
Ooh, bad hygiene, missing teeth, bald head. You want to keep going?
Now, I know you're not sitting there talking about teeth. I know you're not sitting there or standing there talking about somebody's teeth. I'm coming up on the rough side of the mountain. I'm not going to do it. Let's continue.
You keep going. Yes.
Don't take care of herself. You feel me? And she can't accept responsibility. Like,
Nike, here's the thing. I always got to listen to my soul, right? I got a lot of love for you, and I want to stay in contact with you. But I think right now we got to pause because, you know, I appreciate your honesty. I do appreciate your honesty, your transparency. But we got to make sure, like, you know, you told me the reason you're in jail. Attempted murders and guns, that's a lot, you know? So I just want to make sure that any woman that does connect with you, that, you know, everything is safe. You think that's fair?
He don't care about the kids. He looked for a futon and a pillow. I thought at one point he didn't know how old one of his daughters or one of his children. I'm not about to get into it. Not about to get it. Thank you.
of course.
Yeah. So let's do this. I want your IG. I'm writing it down for myself. If y'all see it, it is what it is. But I'm gonna stay in touch with you because I want to put you in the right path. And then we're gonna come back in a few months and represent.
Bet.
Okay. But
Yes,
I mean, if I know you are you looking for women to engage with because you're in the halfway house right now?
Oh no, I can do that myself. You feel me? But it's like
you can do that yourself. Okay.
It's on a different level, I guess, on your little platform. You feel me? But when I be young, little.
All right, girl, I'm tired. I'm tired. But I have one more Kendra G video that I want to get into. I'm not even going to comment fully on this because I just I just got sent an article from one of my friends who is watching now. I don't know why attorneys are watching this because I haven't been using my legal mind at all ever really. We're steep in degeneracy at this point. But it's a Shade Room post. Let me pull this up on the screen. This is kind of fascinating. He got a woman he doesn't know pregnant in a jail bathroom, but now he has all these standards and expectation, the audacity. And how sad is she? Yeah, and Kendra G somehow feels connected to him and wants to help him. So, I mean, period. Build a beer workshop, as always. All right. Thank you. Attorneys are watching because they see a potential client in that convict. No, I don't think any of my friends does criminal law. But, so let me show you what they sent to me. I read it quickly. So like, period. So Florida, I don't feel like anything good ever starts with Florida. I feel like anytime we hear Florida, we should just be like, oh God, what's this? I think this is quite interesting. So apparently in Florida, there is a woman who is being held, right? And she has trial coming up. Oh, this is not even showing on the screen. Sorry. She has trial coming up, but she's pregnant. And why aren't you? Oh, there you go. So she's pregnant in Florida, and she's being held, and her attorney is attempting to make the argument that the woman should be released because she's pregnant with the child, and the child is a person. And because the child is a person and the child is not getting the care that the child needs, the woman should be freed, because wait. I see. I was like, why are you sending this to me? I see the problem. I see the problem. Had you asked me, I don't know, 2 years ago, if someone made this argument, I would care. I wouldn't. I know why they sent it to me. I completely get why they sent it to me. All right, let's do this is not a strict legal analysis, but I think this is fun enough, right? If you sit here and you give the fetus personhood, right? If you justify the overturning of Roe v. Wade, if you start putting laws in place in your different states, including Florida, that women cannot abort, and you convict people for aborting because that is a human life with their rights and personhood and all of that in the fetus, then there is an inconsistency here to give personhood to the fetus while still pretending like it is a part of the mother. Hear me out. I know why they sent this case, but I'm not going to use this case because apparently this woman, as I'm reading the article right now, she shot her best friend in an Uber. The argument is a creative one. I actually want to see where this goes. I wonder if it's going to go up to the Supreme Court. If the Supreme Court rule that it's not this case, but if it's not a person and laws indicating that it is should be overturned, they're going to find another justification for why you cannot abort. So this is not fascinating from this perspective, but it is fascinating from a different perspective, and that's I think the HOV lane would be good, and also taxes. All right, hear me out. I feel like the better argument is in the HOV lane. This is very small and niche. So if you're a pregnant woman and you are driving in the HOV lane, well, if you believe this child is a child and it's a person and it's not a fetus, if you believe that, then there are two people in the car, right? There are literally two people in the car because you've given personhood to the fetus. But the more important conversation is about tax. Why can I not claim the fetus? Why can I not claim the fetus? Now, there are going to be obvious justification about why you can't, and I'm kind of joking, but not really, right? I don't know if you understand this. I'm kind of joking, but I'm not really joking. It is weird to me that you want to pretend like, oh, you have to treat this fetus as if it is a person because it is, and you can't jeopardize the life, and you have to take care of the child, and you have to do all kinds of this and that, whatever you want to do. But when it comes to my taxes, I can't claim this fetus on my tax. I find that to be inconsistent. Again, there are states that ban abortion without giving personhood to the fetus. That is not the state that I'm talking about. I'm speaking specifically to the states that have in their legislation that the fetus is a child, it is a person, and therefore as a life, it should be afforded the rights of a human being. Okay, fine. My taxes, though. That is my opinion. I know I didn't speak specifically to the person who sent this to me. I know I didn't. Thank you, Mocha Mami. Mocha Mami said the HOV lane was here in Texas, Dallas. I know I didn't speak about this woman being in person, but I can see a lot of creative argumentation coming out of this, and I find it fascinating. Let's see how far. I think this is mostly conservative states. Let's see how far conservatives are willing to take this personhood argument. I'm actually quite fascinating by that. Demas is laughing, but on a serious note, I see online where a rich rapper go after her husband's victim, boasting about her husband being a trigger man. There are a lot of women that will accept him. That's unfortunate. That says a lot. It says a lot about him, but it also says a lot about the women who will accept him. I'm going to leave this fetus personhood conversation now, and I'm going to go to Dr. Cottom. How do I put this? I'm going to do this quickly. Actually, no, I'm not going to do that. So Dr. Cottom was banned from TikTok a couple months ago for like 2 weeks or 3 weeks. And she was banned from TikTok because she was theorizing about blonde and women's hair and women who are clearly brunette claiming that they're quote unquote natural blonde. I want no parts of this conversation. I'm just very happy that Dr. Cottom is back on TikTok. I do worry that in an attempt to make sociology, anthropology, psychology, and those topics culturally relevant and consumable, I think we're theorizing everything and we are convoluting ideas that are very straightforward and plain, and I don't know why we are doing that. I understand Dr. Cottom. I actually appreciate her. I reached out to her for an interview. I'm hoping to hear back from her. We read her book. We like her book. Some of us disagree with some of her essays, but it's strange to me that we're theorizing so much. All right, I'm going to play one of the TikTok videos just because I already have it open, so why not? And so the original video I tracked down because it was deleted.
Hey, Mom, I have a quick question.
It was deleted from TikTok.
Hey, Mom, I have a quick question.
So here, this is on TikTok. I don't know where I found it. I think I found it on TikTok. Dr. Cottom's video was completely erased, but this one was found, and I think someone stitched it together, so it's fine. So this is what's happening. And there is a bunch of political underpinning regarding blondness, whiteness versus blackness, and social capital in the idea of blondness, which is not just a hair color. In Dr. Cottom's mind, it is a socio-political position where capital is either invested or removed based on your ability to access certain features, i.e. blonde hair, but not just access it, but have it naturally. I think this is fascinating from a theoretical perspective. I don't know how useful it is on TikTok because you put it out there and people are just going to be mad. And not that you shouldn't do things where people are going to be mad. It's just like, why and who cares kind of thing. But let me play it. Let me play the video.
Am I a natural brunette? No.
All right, so I discovered this video through another creator, but I couldn't stitch hers. I am in the middle of working on a multi-year project about blonde as a racial signifier. And so I had to save this one, and we're going to revisit this one as time goes on. But I've said many times over the years, much to the chagrin of my white friends and colleagues, that I don't know what blonde is, right? And if you ever want to drive white people crazy, ask them, is that blonde? Is that blonde? And if you keep asking enough, you finally get to the root of the issue, which is that blonde is not a hair color. It is a signifier of a type of person. And they never want to talk about that. What kind of person is the question?
So the question is she going too far, right? Is she like taking something and making something out of nothing? And I think for the general public, this is meaningless. For me, it's not. Like, I understand it. I understand where she's coming from, that you are going so hard to prove your blondness and to prove that you were born with blonde hair. It does actually mean something to you. It means and says something about you in your mind, which also means it means something about other people who are not blonde, right? So if you're fighting really hard to be blonde, right? If you're fighting, like, we see your roots, right? But if you're saying, oh, I was born blonde, but over time my hair darkened, right? So if you're fighting so desperately to prove to the world that you were born blonde and you are a natural blonde, then you believe there is something about blondness, right? You're not just saying it as a matter of fact. You're fighting because what happened is someone said you are not a natural blonde because we see your roots. And to respond to that comment, she goes to her mom and said, hey, mom, am I a natural blonde? The mom said, you were born blonde, which is a separate question than what she asked. But she said, you were born blonde. Now you're not, like, presumably, like we see it. But you're fighting to be blonde because you think blondness means something. I don't think this is a conversation we can have in the public yet. Like, like, I understand, and maybe white women should be having this conversation, right? Like, I was born blonde. I'm a natural blonde. I grew out of it. Are you a natural blonde? I don't know. But it does mean that you think about blondness in a certain way. You think blondness has a certain currency, which also means you see other hair colors as something else. And this, I think, is what Dr. Cottom was trying to illustrate in terms of the hierarchy of beauty and privilege and access to it, and how even women who think they are subject to a patriarchal power also adhere to these beauty standards, fighting to say, I am natural. I have natural big lips. No, you don't. I have natural blonde hair. No, you do not. But you fight to make these very strange ideas about beauty something that is intrinsic in who you are. So I get it. It's fine. It's just, why? Also, why were you banned for that video? Like, let's step back. If we're thinking about protecting within certain communities and cultures, the fact that that little TikTok video got someone banned from TikTok for 2 weeks, you're not going to sit here and tell me that groups of people aren't invested in the power structure and their position in said power structure. You are not going to tell me that they just decided to ban this person because they, quote unquote, didn't care about what people were saying about blondness. No, they pushed back, and they pushed back harshly for absolutely no reason. Like, I can understand people like, oh, this person is just saying things. You can leave a mean comment and you go away. There was a mass reporting of her videos. She then got banned. I don't know for what reason. I still don't know for what reason. Blondness has historically meant something. Lighter skin has historically meant something. Blue eyes has historically meant something. These some things that they meant were social construct about access to power and privilege and purity, right? That is what it was. It is what it is. If we are going to be honest, even in 2023, what is true is that people are still holding on to these ideas. We know they're holding on to these ideas, but how do we address that? And I don't think Dr. Cottom was wrong. I just find that it's very odd that I think we should be reestablishing our own beauty standards and let people be people and care about their beauty standards and not accepting other people's beauty standards. That's where I stand. That's where I've always stood. So I'm gonna. Should I do it? No, I'm not going to do it. I don't care. I don't care enough. There was another video. No, I'm going to play it. So this video was done in response, and this white lady was standing in solidarity, I think, with Dr. Cottom. So she made a TikTok video showing how ridiculous this idea of I am a natural blonde was, and I find it kind of fascinating also. So I'm going to just play this and then we can move on, because honestly, this does, if you're blonde and you want to be blonde, I don't care. And I think that we invest so much in feminists specifically, academics, not feminists generally, but the intersectional academic feminists are very profoundly aware of the inequality in access to power based on featureism, and they write a lot about it. And I think the awareness that they've given the general public, I think, is beautiful. But at what point do we start thinking about our own beauty and how to elevate that and stop caring about other groups of people and how they prioritize beauty? And the response to that is going to be, well, we're in a white society, capitalism, the patriarchy, the amorphous terms that they're going to throw at me is going to prevent us from elevating ourselves. Absolutely not. We can do it within our own community. We have, at least for Black women, they don't see others en masse as the better option. They actually see Blackness as the best option. So it is possible if we but try. And I'm not saying Black women should try because they've done it. I actually think the opposite for Black women. But I don't know, like the ways in which we engage, at least when I engage with intersectional feminist intellectuals who are extraordinarily intelligent and smart, when we have these conversations about beauty, it almost feels like they're conceding and it's hopeless and there's no agency because the system is requiring that white people be at the top. I don't disagree, but you can have subcultures within cultures that perpetuate something that is anti whatever is pushed in the mainstream. And I wish we focus more on sort of subculture as opposed to fighting this demon that is capitalism, which I don't think capitalism is by its very nature bad. So that should be a big debate against me and everyone online. Let's continue. I'm going to watch this video though.
Okay. I'm sorry. I just noticed you put down brunette for the hair color. I don't know if okay, like maybe it's like the lighting in here or something. I don't know, but it's definitely you're not picking up. Well, yeah, I'm blonde. Yeah, no, it gets darker as you get older, but like I was literally blonde as a kid, like very well. It's but it's an accuracy thing. Like like would you be okay with accidentally putting down the wrong race for? Well, yes, it is. That's very similar. That's almost exactly what you're doing to me. I mean, I was literally blonde as a kid. I'm blonde. Everyone knows I'm blonde. Everyone always tells me I'm blonde. Everyone has always known that I'm blonde, except for you. You're the first only person on the planet who thinks I have brown. It's if you say brown hair, you're not getting that. You don't even. I'll show you a picture. I'm gonna show you. Yeah. Well, hold on. Wait. I want to get it right. I just want to get it. Okay. Yes, literally. Okay. Cape Cod with my uncle. Look at that bright blonde. Can you just take a? Yeah, bright blonde hair. Okay.
That was funny. I'm sure it's when Black men value and make the change. Most Black women want to be with Black men, not white men. It's about the men. The men need to care. Yeah. So, I mean, there is kind of clear. Yeah, it is meaningful. I think people are lying and they're not fully explaining. All right. So Dr. Cottom did have an article in the New York Times. I read this a couple weeks ago because I reached out to her for an interview. So I'm going into things that she's written. I'm following her on Instagram. Thank you to Wake Up Makeup Slay. I watched a live she did yesterday and a live she did today, and I'm trying to like understand where she's coming from. But I ran across an article about blondness in the New York Times that she wrote. And I thought it was fascinating because she's talking about blondness as access to power, and blondness not as a color. I don't like the fact that she says blondness is not the hair color. It's more than that. It is more than that, but don't say it is not a hair color. It is a hair color. And you can say it is more than that. And then she goes into the fact that white people have decided that the way that they talk about race cannot be overt. So they have signifiers to talk about race. They will use blondness to exemplify race as opposed to saying, I'm the whitest of the white. You can say, oh, I am blonde. So even within whiteness, I am atop the hierarchy of desirability within even whiteness. And what kind of access and power does that give? Y'all play too much. I can't do. See, this is why I've stopped. Y'all have shamed me into stop doing sociological reviews on here. Video essayists are actually really annoying with these like sociology 101 courses. They will throw. I feel like there is, not me throwing shade at video essayists that I actually watch and like. Anyway, I'm gonna do it. It feels like a lot of video essayists try to put as many sociology 101 terms in their videos as possible. That's I'm just gonna continue. I'm not gonna further that because I don't want to be attacked, but that's kind of how I feel about that. Anywho, now we're at Yanie. Now, Yanie is a beautiful, amazing soul in my mind. I don't actually know her in real life. But Yanie decided to cover the passport bro that was stuck. I don't care what this man say, he was definitely a passport bro. And y'all are gonna sit here and make this man lie to y'all, tell you he's not a passport bro, he's an independent creator. Yeah, no, you're a passport bro, it is what it is. After he sat on there in the DR crying, begging, pleading with people to give him money so he can come back to American soil because apparently he just ran out of money, he wants us to believe that it was a quote-unquote social experiment. Now, where have you heard it is a social experiment before? I'll give you a hint. R. Kelly. I'll give you another hint. A man who said he was like R. Kelly. I'll give you a third hint. He was on YouTube. I will give you a fourth hint and final hint without saying any name. He was lying about it being a social experiment. He definitely did all of the things he said he did. So we definitely spoke about it. And every time these men get caught up, they talk about, oh, this was a social experiment. These people don't even know what a social experiment is. It was not a social experiment. It is what it is. You got stuck in the DR because you had no money. Apparently, he's a felon. I don't know. That's allegedly because I didn't look into this man record because I unlike DDG who says I could care less, I could not care less. So let's watch Yanie trying to talk sense. I was gonna say Yanie trying to breathe life into Yanie, I am so sorry. I am so sorry you had to deal with this, but let's continue.
Yo, what up? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Listen, you can come on and defend yourself. You know, if I'm gonna make a live about somebody, I don't mind talking to you. So we want to know why did you go over there?
Okay, so basically it was a social experiment. I just started doing YouTube about 2 months ago. A few of my subscribers, I let them pick out a destination. They said, they wanted me to see if I can spend this amount of days on this specific budget. And that was the basically the synopsis of the whole experiment, was just trying to see, can we travel to these destinations on a smaller budget? And it basically, me missing my flight, which is the video that went viral, is that put me over budget, and I needed 100 to get back. So that's where we at with it now.
Wouldn't it make more sense to carry more money for safety reasons and then only use an allowance of $500?
No, I had $762 is like what I actually had in total. So basically, if I wouldn't have missed my flight, I would have came in under budget, but I missed my flight, and then the extra 100 basically put me out of budget. So I really was living authentically.
What part of a social experiment involves a person being broke and not having $100 to their name in case they get stuck? Right? I would actually have tried to have him explain the social experiment. And the reason why is, if you're going over there to see if you can make it on $500, why is it that you were asking for $1,000-something before you went over there, and then you didn't make that amount, so you went over there with $500? Also, what is your current job in the US? Like, we would go into it. Sir, I know you're watching because, well, did I put him in the thumbnail? I don't know. But I know he's been all over YouTube watching everyone who's talking about him, because apparently he loves this clout. So here you go.
To what I was telling my subscribers. That's what they like about me. That it makes it real. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's like that air of caution to it. You see what I'm saying, Yanie?
But wouldn't it make more? But I'm saying, but wouldn't it make more sense safety wise to actually carry more money and still only spend a set amount to meet your budget?
Right, but no, that's the whole gist of the show, is that I can run out of money and it can end bad. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's why they tune it in, because I'm basically like keeping you on the edge of your seat the whole time. That's like the whole, like, it wouldn't make sense if I had backup money, because
I don't want to hear anyone talking about an image ever again, because these people don't even care about their own image, much less me. Like, this idea that, oh my God, I'm just going to go overseas, and then when I run out of money, I'm just going to call and cry online so everyone sees me crying and begging for money. If this was a social experiment, why are you crying? Why? Why are you crying? How do you not have a credit card? How do you not have just a regular debit card? What is this? You went over there. If it is a social experiment, you failed. Now you get your own money and you come take yourself back home and say you failed.
It'd be like, it wouldn't be that threat of like he could actually run out of money in another country. You get what I'm trying to say? You get what I'm trying to say?
But no, it's like, but why wouldn't you want extra money?
Because they're tuning in to see if I am going to run out of money.
Okay. So how do you feel about people calling you a bum?
No, I mean, I don't care about that. I don't care about what people say about me on the internet. I really don't. But I know what I was doing it for. Everything you see is being taken out of context. Like he just ran out. I did run out of money and did need 100, but I was asking for the 100 from the people who initially gave me the money in the first place to even come. You see what I'm saying, Yanie? I wasn't like begging for it. Like,
yes, you were definitely. What do you mean? I wasn't like you were literally crying online, asking people for money. Like, are we? He's definitely a felon, sentenced to 15 years in the pen. He was convicted at 18. That's why he sounds so childlike. His development is Wait, is this true? I don't know if I should be taught. If this is true, then if there are developmental issues, you probably shouldn't be talking about him. I'm going to assume this is not true and continue. Thank you, Jim. I assume this is not true and continue. Real researchers who do social experiments make sure they have their own money despite having donors fund the research. Yeah. Also, I need to see the prep work because I went back to watch his video And he was just asking for money so he can go overseas. And initially he wanted over $1,000. He didn't get that much, so he had $500 and 700. I forgot how much he had, but he didn't make the goal. And decided to go over there and see if he can survive on $500. It's not survive. He said, let me pull this up because y'all think I'm playing. Because he's even gonna lie. He's gonna try to lie to say that, oh, 1 second. He's gonna try to lie to say he wasn't over there as a sex tourist. And let me know if this doesn't sound precisely like sex tourism to you, because this was definitely sex tourism. So if this does not sound like sex tourism, then he wins, right? If you don't think this sounds like sex tourism, then he wins.
Why is $500 for 5 beautiful days with some of the most beautiful women for less than a price of Air Force Ones? Woo! You can get a chick that look like Beyonce for less than a price of Max's? And you think I'm not gonna go? Even if you just hit one chick a day, it's still worth it. You hitting one chick a day out here? Straight up. Why?
Drop a 1 if that sounds like sex tourism to you. Drop a 2 if it sounds like he's just doing a social experiment. Unless the social experiment is sex tourism, I'm confused. And y'all are online. This is what I don't like. There has been a good number of black men dragging him, and I'm happy to see that. The truth is, and this is the part that is really annoying, everyone sits back and they go, oh, the system is what's making us do this. FD Signifier sat up here and told us that the algorithm is why black men are going to become the face of sex tourism when white men have been doing it since forever. No, y'all are loud and obnoxious about it. He literally just explained that he wanted to go viral. If the algorithm does not make him go viral, then the algorithm is racist suddenly, right? So the algorithm is racist because it doesn't promote black content creators. If it does, and this man optimized his video to go viral, I don't think he actually did, but other black people started sharing his videos, but somehow everyone is going to blame everything except this man who literally sat there and talked about getting a woman a day for $500 because they were quote unquote cheap in other countries. These are his words. This is why he said he was going over there. And then y'all play too much. Y'all are playing in people's faces. And then he had the audacity to sit up on Yanie's platform to talk about, oh, I wasn't promoting sex tourism. I'm going to keep playing this one video. By the way, we're going to play this one video more than 3 times because every time I'm annoyed, I'm going to play this video again, just as a reminder to everyone that he did in fact engage in sex tourism. He is promoting sex tourism. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about that. That is what he wanted to do. And yes, he's also a passport bro. Disgusting. You beg. This is how disgusting this is. You beg your friends, you beg your subscribers for money so that you can go overseas to sleep with women. You don't even have the amount. You can't even afford to do it. That's the part that's so annoying. You have to beg your subscribers for money to go overseas because you wanted to sleep with a bunch of women overseas and report back to these. Y'all are degenerate, and it is what it is. And when people say that, you're gonna say, oh my God, the system. No, you did it. You knew what you were doing. You got involved in it. You did it. You did it. No, it's not the system, it's you. Why can't you just be a hoe on your own time? Sinji says, I wish he would have connected the dots between the social experiment, him being broke and crying. Yeah, look, they know not to come here. I think everyone has learned their lesson. I too have lost my voice yelling on Spirit Airlines, and I had to turn my life over to Jesus because I wasn't living right. Who won't he do it? Praise him. So, you know what? Let me leave that alone because I put up a post. I think Sinji was talking about Spirit Airline, but I had a friend who booked a flight. I didn't know this at the time. And we went there and it was Frontier. Now, I don't care about an airline. Like, get me from point A to point B. I'm not a snob in that way. I have become a snob because I'm not like, if I will never be on Frontier. I'm pretty sure I might have flown Spirit before, but it's not memorable. So I don't remember it. And maybe when I was I don't know. But I remember going to the airport and she was like, oh, a Frontier is over here. And I didn't know what a Frontier was. And they started herding us like sheeps in sections. There is no, so I'm like, okay, I can pay to upgrade because I'm not about to sit here and be, no. There's no different, it's just one class and you are in sections and you can pay to upgrade your section. You don't even know your seats before you get on. You don't know where you're sitting before you get on the flight. So I am there confused. My anxiety is high. Like I am like, I don't know, like I was so anxious, not afraid, just like really anxious. There were too many people, there were too many noise. The woman was shouting at us like, get in that corner, section, zone 4, zone 5. I'm like, how many zones do y'all have? And like, where is my actual seat? And it's like, I have never seen a first come, first serve flight. Like the first come, first serve for seats. And now I'm trying to work. There is no internet. I was like, absolutely not. I have never had that bad of an experience ever, and it would never happen again because I would never get on Frontier. I didn't even book the flight, and I knew I couldn't complain outwardly because I didn't want her to feel bad about booking a flight when she was already upset that like I wasn't helping booking the stuff. So I thought Frontier was just the worst. I'm having a conversation and someone was like, no, Spirit is worse than Frontier. Frontier is worse than Spirit. And so I decided to put up a poll in my community tab. Why am I getting messages talking about people are unsubscribing because I'm elitist, blah, blah, blah? I feel like y'all have not been here. Like, I feel like we talk about this literally every single day, and I don't care. You call me whatever you want to call me. It doesn't matter. Like, this is ridiculous now. Like, I'm not about to sit here and apologize. I don't like melodrama. If you're leaving, you leave. When you feel better, you can come back. Don't tell me you're leaving. It's very frustrating because it's like you wrote me an essay and I know you're going to be back in a month time, if that, and you're going to then write me another essay about why you're coming. Honestly, I don't care. Like, I care about my audience. I care about the channel. I care about the community. I do. But like, I don't like melodrama. Like, don't write an essay. I'm not going to change my mind, my opinion, my character. I'm not going to change who I am because you're uncomfortable with it. Like, it is what it is. Like, leave, come back. It is what it is. This is YouTube. Hopefully we're doing something meaningful, but like, you get to consume what you consume. I don't appreciate people emailing me over and over and over again about why they're leaving and why they're coming back. Why you're leaving. The same people, like, you wrote me, I got a dissertation and I don't like it. I don't like getting a dissertation on why you're leaving. Don't do it. Don't send it to me. Like, if you think I'm wrong about something, you can tell me I'm wrong. But I thought we were in a good enough relationship where you can say, Themis, you're wrong, and still hang around. I didn't realize that as soon as I was wrong, you were going to leave. If that is the case, just do it. Don't tell me. I don't even care what content create. Look, you guys can be steeped in the manosphere, and I can see your comments over in the manosphere, and then you can come over here, because I don't care. consume what you want, do what you want, allow people to be wrong, allow people to grow, do all of that. But I'm not about to sit here and say, oh my God, you're leaving. Like, no, I'm not doing that. That would be fun. You know how many emails I get, people telling me they're leaving me. I'm a fruitcake. I'm a F word. Like, I can't. No. I'm not giving anyone. I'm sorry. Love y'all. Not giving anyone that power over me. It is frustrating though. That did annoy me yesterday. Latoya has been a member for 14 months. At my big age, I want what I want, and that's it. Yeah, I work really, really hard. A lot of people work hard, so that's not an excuse. But no, I'm not gonna. No, I'm not gonna be herded like sheep to get into an airplane that says first come, first serve. Like, I'm not gonna do it. No. Nikia says, sorry, this has been up. No, I had to get that off my chest. I completely forgot until we started talking about spirit. I was like, yeah, that happened to me and I don't like it. Please don't do that again. Like, if you're leaving, don't email me. Don't even comment it. Like just because the truth is, here's a tip. Here's a tip. When you're emotional, you say things that you don't mean. I have learned to step back, take a breather before I talk or before I type. Those words come from emotions a lot of the time. And it sucks because when you do it, there are people who are unforgiving, and now you have to live up to what you said when you didn't actually mean what you said. You know what I mean? Like, so instead of saying things you don't mean and acting out the melodrama, don't say it. Don't do it. Like, here's the thing. Let me do it like this. Let me make people even more angry. If someone is cheating on you, wait. If someone is cheating on you, I don't give advice, but if someone is cheating on you and you found out, unless you're willing to do something about it, ignore it. The thing is, people will not respect you at all if you keep bringing things up and not doing anything about it. Now, I think you should do something about it, right? But if you're not going to do anything about it, let it go and then build up until you are willing to do something about it. If you keep bringing things up and not actually doing anything about it, people are going to keep calling your bluff. And after a while, literally, it will be zero respect. I try to be as honest as I can be. So when I say something, I mean it. Try to mean what you say. So if you're leaving, even if you didn't mean to say it, after you've said it out loud, just do it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, after you've said it out loud, you now have to do it, because now honestly, the people who do it, I apologize, but this is true. I don't trust you. I don't trust your words. I don't trust these emails anymore, right? Because you say one thing, then you do the opposite. Like, your words are kind of empty at a certain point. It is what it is. I said that. It's fine. He set a woman up and he acted as a lookout while his friend essayed and burglarized. The friend took a safe out of the woman's house and they split the $15K that was in the safe. He admitted this on Taz's channel today. That's disturbing. On Google Flights, I select Nonstop and deselect Spirit and Frontier immediately. I probably should do this. I haven't booked a flight in forever. I usually don't book my own flights because I find the whole scheduling bit annoying. On Google Flights, I select Nonstop and deselect Spirit Frontier immediately. I just read that. Sinji says, I mean, if he planned to get stranded, broke, and cry for money, then it makes sense. But yeah, no. Right? Right, period. Dark Skin Tarot, welcome to the membership. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Sunnyside says, I booked Themis flight. LOL. We going to Hawaii soon. Period. I have to figure out how to deal with all my relationships on YouTube. So, is he going to release the result of his findings on the social experiment? Most don't reveal an unknown experiment on someone else's platform, right? That's the first thing he should have done, right? He should have came back and give a rundown of his findings, because if it's a social experiment, you must have a finding. Yep, you don't have to leave angry, just leave. Yeah, period. All right, let's continue with Yanie.
Anybody to send me an actual 100. I was calling on my subscribers to send me the money to get home because I went over budget by missing my flight. So that's what went viral, basically. Yanni.
I mean, I just feel like as an adult, I feel like it's always best when you travel abroad, you leave the country, that you always bring more than what you budgeted for.
Right,
like
but I'm shooting
spending type thing. Like
for
I have
sure.
savings, and then I have emergency savings just in case I need that. You know what I mean?
Right, I understand what you're saying, and that makes 100%. I agree with you. That makes sense if you're like doing a personal solo travel for yourself. But if you're doing it strictly for content, and people want to feel that risk of you actually, like, people are enthralled with me just being like, this fool really went out there. You see what I'm saying? Like,
this is so dumb. If you can call on them to get money, there is no risk. If people are going to give you money, people gave you money to go. You didn't have any money to go. You then call them when you needed money to come back, and they gave you money. What's the risk? What should have happened is no one should have gave you money, and there would be some risk there. That's what you should not be able to ask people for money. That would have been risky. By this measure, you could have just taken your own card. Also, pause. I know that Cash App came out with a card. See, I have a ton of questions. Did you take the Cash App card with you? Because it seems like you cash out and it went to your bank, and so you had a bank card and you didn't have money in your bank account. That's what it's sounding like to me. The finding was for just $15 a day, you'll cry and beg on live. That's literally what it sounds like. SKJ, he is literally making this up as he go along. He is. And that's also annoying. Like, why can't you just sit down, think about how you're going to capitalize off of this and come up with a good story? You're just up here looking completely idiotic.
It has to be real. I'm authentic to myself, and that's why my subscribers mess with me so tough. You see what I'm saying?
So you was willing to risk it all for some booty?
Yeah, I'm willing to risk it all, man. I'm a little off kilter myself. I like to try stuff. You know, I'm adventurous. I'm spontaneous. I'm crazy. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I like to do. It makes me feel alive to do certain things, these social experiments. I just never, in my wildest dreams, thought this would blow up.
Is Curry Up and Eat in the chat? I need to know that Curry Up and Eat is in the chat, because Curry Up and Eat, Crystal is coming for your spot for this month. Crystal is on it.
Up as big as this has gone, man. This is like,
oh yeah, they talking about you everywhere. It's bad.
I know. But I mean, that's what I want. I have a YouTube channel I'm trying to draw attention and traffic to get my numbers up. I would love so much. I would be honored if you could come on my platform just one time, yo. I think you are so amazing.
Yeah, listen. No. Once Yanie realized he was cloud chasing, she dropped it. Yeah. I love how she was taking it. She was like, girl, you're not gonna flatter me on your dusty platform. You're not gonna get me. I love that. This is overdraft fee. Oh, wait, I didn't realize that was a super chat. Thank you, Tam. You know what? I actually really hate this, but I'm going to do it. I told the people on the podcast that I was going to do this because I've created an LLC. I've started looking into the metrics of YouTube and the bank account. I don't like that YouTube, who does no work, I'm thinking of YouTube as an individual person, obviously. YouTube does no work and sits here takes 50% of every super chat. They're dwindling my fund for my community outreach, and I don't like that. So I've spoken to the people on the podcast, I've spoken to the moderators. I hate. I won't ever say it. Because I don't like people like hit the Cash App or Cash App. I hate it, absolutely do. But I don't like that YouTube takes 50%. So we are going to have a tracking of how much money you guys donate so we can continue to build the fund to help other people, because I don't like it. So it's either going to be Cash App or Venmo. I need to look into them, see which one is best, how I can report this on a business tax and all of that, and charitable donation. I need to figure out how to do all of this. I started, I will finish, but I have to, because I don't like this. YouTube does not work for y'all, and that's ridiculous that we are paying YouTube this much money. This is not okay at all. Like, at all. I had to say that. I understand why creators use Cash App now, because this is kind of ridiculous.
Oh no, I'm sorry, sir. I can't. This is just for entertainment purposes. I'm just doing this for entertainment purposes. But I also
I'm just doing what I'm doing for entertainment purposes. We're in the same field.
wait. I have another question though. I have another question for you. So, how do you feel about being a face for promoting sex tourism?
I'm not promoting sex tourism. That was a place my subscribers picked out for me to go. All
right. So he's not promoting sex tourism. This is a great time to repeat this right here, because I would have definitely asked him about this. YouTube wants 50-50. Someone says, PayPal for your international subscribers, please. I will think about PayPal. Does PayPal allow you to make comments? Because what I want is the ability to read your comments without YouTube taking half. That's what I want. And I don't like, I don't know. I also don't like talking about money just generally. So this is very uncomfortable. So yeah. So he said he's not going to, he does not like talking about, he's not promoting sex tourism. Let me know what this sounds like to you, because this definitely sounds like sex tourism to me.
Why is $500 for 5 beautiful days with some of the most beautiful women for less than a price of Air Force Ones? Woo! You can get a chick that look like Beyonce for less than a price of Max's? And you think I'm not gonna go?
That is trying to buy something. And the fact that, whatever, we all get it. I'm still gonna keep playing it. Talking about money helps us learn more about it. Yeah, well, so I was trying to figure out how much of the YouTube business aspect I should discuss. You guys know that I have never done a sponsorship. It's not because I haven't been offered. I've declined every single sponsorship because I don't know. It doesn't feel right. I'm in my head too much. I don't. Finances, YouTube, an LLC, business credit, all of that. I've been speaking to my accountant, financial advisors, and I've been trying to figure out how do I package what I'm doing. I've created my steps for how I'm creating my business. That is not a 501c3, which is a charitable business, but it will functionally be a 501c3. What that looks like, I will probably put a guide together. Everything that I do will be free, by the way. I'm never going to really oh my God, pay for this. So I will provide that all to you guys sometime soon, but I do need to figure out this money thing because I get cringe. I get anxiety when money comes up publicly.
It's a social experiment, Yanie. I'm not a sex tourist. I'm not affiliated with the Passport Bros. I'm an independent content creator. That's all I am. I'm not a passport bro. I don't advocate for guys to get their passport and go to other countries to meet women. That's not my stick. I like creating content that creates great discourse and dialogue. That's what I'm about. You see what I'm saying?
So what was your goal going over there? Like, you weren't there to meet women, or were you there to meet women?
No, I wasn't there to meet women. I wasn't there to meet women. I was there to.
He said he wasn't there to meet women. This is the third time and last time.
Why is $500 for 5 beautiful days with some of the most beautiful women for less than a price of Air Force Ones? Woo! You can get a chick that look like Beyonce for less than a price of Max's? And you think I'm not gonna go? Even if you just hit one chick a day, it's still worth it. You hitting one chick a day out here? Straight up.
When these men become the face of sex tourism, I say these men, knowing full well that I will be included. That is the part that's so annoying. I hate that these men have monopolized all of the space regarding Blackness and Black manhood, particularly because I'm a part of it. This is ridiculous. When people, men specifically, in other countries get a grip on this and they start figuring ways to push back, it might not be in the laws. It might actually be men taking this into their own hand and trying to protect their community by attacking Black men, particularly Black men from other countries who are just visiting and not affiliated with this kind of sex tourism. This is going to be a problem if it continues to happen. There is no group of people in the world that will allow you to use them and promote it in this way. In one of his videos, which one is it? He explained that they don't like to be filmed. The women in these countries do not like to be filmed because if they are filmed, it causes a ton of problems. But he does it anyway. I'm gonna play. There are 2 videos. This probably is it. Let's check if this is the one.
Perfect for recording inconspicuously. Because trust me, those girls do not like being on camera. They hate it. It's literally signs up on businesses that says, YouTube is killing Susua. Stop recording. That's hilarious, though. All right, let's see what we got. Super Bowl weekend, 2,500.
All right. Not recording is not just for these women's safety. First of all, if these women don't want to be recorded, but you are still doing it, what does that... I'm trying not to get frustrated. I'm trying to be calm about this. These women are telling you, no, I do not want to be recorded. And you're telling these men how to do this without their consent, but not only without their consent, without their knowledge of it. This is what you're teaching people to do. But you don't understand, even if you want to be a weirdo, you don't understand how this is going to affect you and other Black men who look like you. Yanie tries to explain this, but these men don't care. They don't care about an image. And it is a problem. It is a problem. It's not just going to be a problem for men who act like that and who are doing this. It is going to be a problem for people like me who literally could kill. That's a problem. It's a problem. I promise you, these men in these countries are going to take a stand if this gets big enough. They are going to take a stand, and people are going to, all right. We talked about this last year, and everything that I said last year has come true. Let's see if these attorneys can actually apply American law extraterritorially as it relates to these men taking advantage of children over in these countries. We'll see, because they actually talk about a lot of this on American soil, what they're going to do. So the intent started here and then they go overseas. So can we have jurisdiction? Find out next time, and Passport Bro's going to prison.
Create content, and the women just happen to be a part of what guys want to see. I wasn't there specifically for that. I'm a content. Everything I do is for content. I'm recording. I'm creating stuff.
When you traveled over there, you had no intent to have sex.
I mean, if it happened, it happened. I mean, I'm a single man. I could have sex with whoever I want to have sex with, but I mean, that wasn't my sole purpose of going over there. I'm not a sex traveler. I'm a content creator for YouTube.
Why is $500 for 5 beautiful days with some of the most beautiful women for less than a price of Air Force Ones? Woo! You can get a chick that look like Beyonce for less than a price of Max's? And you think I'm not gonna go? Even if you just hit one chick a day, it's still worth it. You hitting one chick a day out here? Straight up.
This is just one of my. I never expected this to go so viral as this. This was a piece of a live that I did where I was asking my subscribers for 100 to get back.
But you are aware that with the content that
I thought about playing that. They sent it to me on the Discord too. I thought about playing that, and I decided not to. I decided not to play him negotiating, bringing down the price. I think it was what, $16? Like he was literally haggle. I'm not doing it. No, I can't do it. Because if I do it, I'm literally just going to go off. And I don't think unfortunately, I have a career. Not unfortunately, I do actually really love my career. But there is absolutely no way I'm about to play that and just sit here and pretend like all is well. Absolutely not. No. So I'm gonna leave that. Oh, wait! Oh my god! My Discord is a mess. Wait, I have to pull this up. I can't really show y'all anything. I'm under confidentiality agreement. But look what they just made on the Discord, because why are y'all like this? Wait, please load quickly. Why are you taking so long to load? Oh my god, I have to show you this. All right, are you guys ready? What? Wait. No. Y'all play entirely too much on this Discord. I'm gonna shut this Discord down and start again. We have to shut this down and we have to shut this Discord. Oh god. I'm tired, y'all. I am tired. Why did y'all do this? Obviously you did it. Y'all don't even have to guess who did that. Y'all already know who did it. Y'all are so wrong. He said in his video, sorry guys, I didn't have enough money for the 9s and 10s this time. Rating 1, maybe next time. That's sex story. Yeah, I don't know why. I literally don't know why they think we're just gonna sit here and like, oh my god, we believe you. No one believes you. Andre, welcome to the membership. Thank you so much. Let's continue. I'm actually annoyed with him so much that I will want to stop, but let's struggle through some more of this.
that you are putting out here, it's coming across like that's what you're doing.
No, I'm not. No.
Regardless of how you feel or your intentions, when people are looking at your content, it's coming across like you're over there promoting sex tourism, because all the content that you have to show from your trip has to do with women and sex. Rello, are you still there?
Yeah. Hold on, I'm still there. I had a phone call came through that knocked me off with my my Bluetooth. Can you hear me?
Wow, it's so crazy how all of a sudden the connection fails. Do I need to repeat my question?
No, I had a call came through. Can you hear me? Hold on real quick. I had a call came.
He lying. Let me leave that alone.
So really quick. Okay. Hey, Yanie, can you hold on just like 60 seconds really quick? You hear me?
Oh, go right ahead.
Hold on really quick. I got you. Hold on.
I get it. You gotta think. Okay.
Yeah.
Before I gave my opinion on you going viral, I sat through your live streams and I came across footage like this. So let me go ahead and play it.
Okay. Oh, yeah. How much for short time? How much is that? You want to fuck? You want to fuck up? How much? 80? Me gusta los 80. 2,000 pesos. I'm crazy for 2,000 pesos. Me pesos. Me no pesos.
So, Mr. Rello.
Hello.
Okay,
Yeah.
Remember, before you had to disconnect, right? I asked you the question. I said, we are watching your content, right? So we can go off, we can only go off of what you're posting. And from what you're posting, it looks like you are promoting sex tourism.
No,
we haven't seen a beach. We didn't see no palm trees. I've seen more ass from watching your live stream than anything. So that's why I'm asking, like, that's what it's coming across. Like it's coming across as if that was your only reason for going over there on a very small budget.
No, that's not. That's a great assumption, but
all right. So this here, I actually really appreciate what Yanie was doing here. I would never ask this question directly. The reason I would never ask it directly is whatever answer you get, that is what you're stuck with. And I would have already assumed he's going to pretend like he's not over there on sex tourism. I would have had him define sex tourism, which he probably wouldn't know how to do. I would then move to define it for him, then explain how his action is sex tourism, and then move on. I would not be having him up there explaining it, because what he's going to do is deny. It's not sex tourism. He will never confess or concede that it's sex tourism. The reason is he does not want to be seen as a sex tourist. But I don't care what you believe. I don't care what you say. I care about what you have done. And what you have done fits in to not only you being a sex tourist, but further than that, you promoting sex tourism. I'm going to show you how what you did exemplify what it is that sex tourism is. And then I'm going to, while you're there, explain how it is also you promoting it. I don't care what you're saying. I don't care about your response. I'm going to assume all of your response, and I'm going to just tell you what I'm going to tell you. Like, I'm not going to have you sit there and just like deny. And this is something that I actually do like about Yanie that I don't do. What I like about Yanie is that her empathy and her ability to like talk to anyone without seeming antagonistic, I think it's a beautiful thing. Like, I think it's an amazing thing. And I think it's that is why, I don't know, that's why I'm drawn to her live streams when I'm watching her live streams. That's why. But people like this do not deserve your empathy. And I don't think she was being empathetic overtly. I think she was trying to explain to him why he was doing what he was doing and why it was wrong. But I don't think this is the time to explain to him anything. He's not about to learn anything. What you do is you use him to tell your audience what you want to tell your audience. He's just there as decoration. You're not about to engage with him meaningfully. As soon as he lied, I am done. I don't like a liar. As soon as you try to misrepresent the truth, you are just now here to help me talk to my audience about what I'm going to talk. I'm not. Are you a sex tourist? You're going to say no. No, I'm not going to ask you that. What is a sex tourist, sir? Okay, cool. Now, why aren't you a sex tourist? You said this, this, and this. That fits into being a sex tourist. So how come you aren't a sex tourist? Let's get into you understanding what it. No, I'm not going to ask. I will never ask you directly something that you're going to deny, ever. I'm not, unless I have a buildup. If I ask you something straightforward that I already know the answer to, it is not because I want the answer from you. I know what you're going to say. Someone like this who's denied it, I know you're going to deny it. So you're just decoration. You are literally just decoration for me to talk about what I want to talk about. I don't have the time. The giddiness he shows at the idea of how low cost of preying on these women is despicable. He needs jail now. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Yeah, Yanie did catch. Let me play it, continue, because Yanie says something that I really appreciated. These men think the denial matters. See, tater tots. Yeah, not only do they think denial matter, it's when they're engaging in this way, they feel like if they give you a little bit of truth, you will say, oh, okay, cool, you are being honest. No, you're not being honest. We know what you're doing and it's wrong. These women do not want to be recorded, and you're talking about how you are going to you're going to hide the camera. You're teaching other people how to hide the camera and record them. So not only are they unaware that they're being recorded, they literally can't even consent. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, this is so wrong on so many levels. Like, when people don't want to be recorded, you don't shove a camera in their face, and you definitely don't hide the camera, capture their personhood, and put it out there for the world to see. That's ridiculous. That is such an invasion of privacy. And I'm sure these people don't even look at the laws in these countries that they're going to. That's the part. I probably should look into the law and find out whenever he's going back there and notify the authorities. Because I'm sure that he's online telling people how to hide the camera, record people, and disseminate it. And he doesn't even know. I know this. He doesn't even know if there is a law against recording people and putting that out in the public there. Like in the US, definitely, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't know there. And you're not only doing it, you're admitting to doing it online, and you're telling people how to. Concern say correct theme is C top G. right, top J. Top J, he got it. His detention got extended.
But it's not actual truth, Yanie.
But we can only go off of what you're posting, though. We can't go off of how you may feel or your deep intentions or anything like that. We can only go off of the content that you post. Now, I've seen travelers, they tend to really document their entire trip, but it's like the only thing that we're getting from you is ads and prices. That's it.
Right, but that's what guys want to see, though. Like, I'm catering to my fan base, Yanie. Like, I have a business around
by you catering to your fan base, right? You're also promoting sex, right?
I'm promoting what my subscribers want to see. This is what they want to see, so I give it to them. They want to see the girls. They want to see the ass shaking. They want to see the girls twerking about a.
You want to know something? He had this young lady on there sleeping.
Pool and this and that. They like the lifestyle. I'm a lit guy. You know what I'm saying? So that's what comes with being lit. You're gonna have girls around. That's just part of the lifestyle.
This is where I'm confused because I thought that was the whole reason y'all were going overseas in the first place, was because you get enough of 304 activity here in the US.
I'm not a passport bro. You keep lumping me in with the passport bros, and I'm sitting here telling I'm not a passport bro yet. I'm an independent content creator. I show my lifestyle off to my fans that want to see this on YouTube. Yanie, I'm not one of those guys that's going over there looking for a wholesome wife. I'm not that. You know what I'm saying? I'm a party guy. This is the lifestyle. You know what I'm saying?
You know what?
At this time, you should ask his age. Right here. How old are you, sir? You said you're a party guy. How old are you, sir? All right, great. What is your occupation? How are you affording this lifestyle? Like, at this point, I no longer care about him being a passport bro. I would actually get into the lifestyle. Let's get into this lifestyle, sir. Let's do it. Because the the hotel you were staying at, a period, it's giving lifestyle vlog 101. I'm here for it. I actually don't ever want to speak to this person, actually. I think with the last passport bro, that Brazil women said recording them is a crime, right? These people they don't even get invested in the culture that they're going to. They don't do any kind of meaningful research. Obviously, they just show up and run out of money. Literally trying to barter with women about the price of sleeping. Like, I cannot wait for these academics to come out and talk about how racism is painting Black men as sex tourism. I promise you, this might be the first time that I go head to head with the academics publicly in writing. Because in the way that you have attachment to the New York Times, I have attachment to other outlets too. And we're going to go back and forth because I'm not just going to let that writing slide. I know like general public don't really care about academic writing, but it does disseminate in universities and it changes people's mind. It's why when people come out of school, they tend to be more progressive, which is not a bad thing. My issue is the progressive that college creates sees the Black community as being victims. I don't disagree with this. The problem I have with it ultimately is, yes, the Black community have been victimized, all of that white supremacy, we get it. But within that culture, within the community, there are issues that needs to be addressed. And if you're going to ignore the issues within the community and just blame everything on the patriarchy, you blame everything on capitalism and white supremacy, you absolutely ignore the real world issues that happen within the community. And it actually fascinates me that the left has completely abandoned agency. When FD Signifier came on here and says he does not believe in agency, I don't think he's speaking just for himself. I think he's speaking for a group within the left and maybe the entire left that refuses to acknowledge the impact of personal agency and blame everything on the amorphous system. I don't like that. This is a problem. There is meaning within the individual. There's meaning within our ability to lift ourselves up. And I'm not talking about lift ourselves up by the bootstrap in the conservative sense. I'm saying we can advance within our own life. If we couldn't, we wouldn't be talking about it. We wouldn't be trying. We would just stop and we would give up. And if we blame everything on the system, and I say there is a lot to be blamed on the system, but if we blame everything on the system, we refuse to take accountability for how our action lead us to the place where we are, how other people who look like us can denigrate our image globally. The passport bros are denigrating the image of the Black man globally. It is not made up. It's not a conspiracy. They are doing it. And if the image was there before, what is happening is they're reaffirming the stereotype. So either way, we're playing into it. I don't like that. I don't like that. I think I have an issue with the left. I have a huge issue with the left. Like when Kidology says the left has potential, I see it, I agree, and it's very annoying that we are failing to live up to it because we are so focused on the system, we have given up the fight for agency and the ability to do better within our own lives, and I find that a huge problem.
I think out of all the passport bros from the movement, I think you're the most honest. I do.
Okay.
Yeah, because you don't try to put up a front like, yeah, I'm going over there to find a wife. You're just, straight up about it. So you are not going over there to find a wife. So what was your future for going over there? Just to have fun, create some content?
Yeah, content. It's great content. Look, from my content, I'm speaking to you now. This is the whole objective of what I'm trying to do. I'm accomplishing my missions. And it's like, I'm just ecstatic right now, man. Because
But
I'm just like,
are you aware that
this blown up so big.
most men that are watching your content, most of them will not see you as successful if you're not sleeping with these women?
I mean, I don't care about sleeping with the women, Yanie. Like, that's not my focal
But the
point.
men that
That's just what I do to draw the attention. That creates sex sales. You know what I mean? So, like,
the men that you are influencing.
All right, so this is where I'm going to end this part, and we'll get into the other thing. So what Yanie is doing here, and I don't find it particularly problematic. I don't know why Yanie is trying to convince him of anything. I would only be talking to my audience. Again, I would only be talking to my audience because Yanni is trying to get him to understand that what he's doing is degenerate. He shouldn't be doing it. It is harmful not just to him, but to other men. It's also harmful to these women, and he needs to take accountability. I think these are all true. I think he's lying. So when she said, "You're the most honest," I think she was specifically talking about the fact that he's admitting that he's not looking for a wife. So I mean, at that part, I think he's being truthful, but outside of that, he's definitely lying. But Yanie, I don't know why, but I'm going to assume it is because these are good people who want the best for other people, and I can appreciate that. And again, I love that in Yanie. I think this is why when I watch her talk to other people, I don't actually think Yanie should have people up because, like, I don't like seeing her stressed out. I don't like it. These men will go up there, flirt with her, make all kinds of claims, and I just don't like it. But when she talks to people, there is a part of her that you can tell cares not about the individual, but cares about people. And I think that is fascinating and I love it. Now, for me, I wouldn't care about this man. I would not be speaking to him in any meaningful way about changing his behaviors. All I care about him is him going to prison. Like, I wouldn't care about him specifically, but I would only use his answer to talk to my audience. He would literally only be there to talk to my audience. So I want him to explain what the social experiment is. First of all, you're going to have to define social experiment. You're going to tell me about the inception. You're going to tell me what it is, and then you're going to tell me the solution that you have. Then we're going to get into sex tourism, and you're going to tell me what sex tourism is, and then you're going to tell me how what you do is not sex tourism. And when I say you are the face of sex tourism and you say, "Oh, I'm not promoting it," I'm then going to explain how one can become the face of something that they didn't intentionally promote, and then show you how you promoted it and that this is in line with what you've done online. I'm not asking direct questions to this person. I don't care about this person's answer. I don't care about what he has to say. All I would be doing is talking to my audience at this point. The moment I think you lie to me is the moment the conversation with you is done. It's not even about a good faith. It's about how do I talk to him in a way that my audience can understand what I'm saying, because I'm not about to try to change his mind. I'm not about to tell him what accountability is. I'm not going to tell him what being a good person is. I'm not even going to tell him not to engage in sex tourism, because why? He's not going to listen. He doesn't care. He knew it was bad when he did it, and he put it online. You think he cares? He doesn't. He doesn't care about what he does. He doesn't care about that it was bad. He doesn't care about his image. He does not care about the image of other men. He does not care. He's just going to do what he wants to do. And in doing so, he's going to drag the entire image of the black man down with him. Now, is the image good? Absolutely not. So he doesn't feel any compulsion to change. And if black men aren't going to check him, he's going to continue to do it. And that's just that on that. Demas for president. This man is he is gross. Anywho, let's get a palate cleanser by going back over to Kendra G, because
how you doing?
When I said I watched this, and I'm going to open the panel. After this, we go into the after show, and I'll open the panel. When I said this man, Here it is. I just don't know where to go with this. I don't know where to go with this. Here we go.
White baby, you are way too close to that camera, honey. All right, you gotta wipe your screen, boo.
You see my check on your phone. Come look at.
Okay, turn around with the lights in your face. How old are you?
28.
Turn around with the lights in your face. Bring the phone back. What's your name?
Brittany Tasha.
What?
Brittany Tasha.
Your name is Glitney Tasha?
Yes.
Glitney Tasha?
Yes.
Oh. Glitney Tasha?
Yeah, Brittany with a B.
Brittany Tasha.
Yes.
Where you calling me from, Brittany Tasha?
Greensboro.
Okay.
North
Brittany
Carolina.
Tasha Greensboro. You say you're 28?
Yes.
What do you do for a living?
I do hair.
You do hair. You have any children?
No.
When's your birthday?
February 28th.
That's an Aquarius, right? Or Pisces?
Pisces.
This is Brittany Tasha. Bring the phone back, baby. You too close. Brittany Tasha in Greensboro, North Carolina, 28, does hair, no kids, is a Pisces. Who you looking for tonight, boo?
I'm just looking to meet some. I hope I can find somebody that's really ready for meet and go and ready to talk to.
Okay, hope this is not an inappropriate question, but what gender are you interested in?
Female.
Oh, you're looking for a female? A woman?
Mm-hmm.
A lady?
Now, Kendra knows she played too much. Why Kendra playing?
Mm-hmm.
Vagina.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. What kind of female are you looking for?
Tall, dark skin, with a whole big body.
Kendra wrong. This gentleman said he is looking for a female. Kendra is asking him if he's sure. Y'all gonna stop playing in these men's faces. Yeah. This man told y'all what he wanted. Y'all go ask if he's sure. A female, a woman, are you sure? Woman. Period. Let him know, Brittany Tasha.
Lady?
Mm-hmm.
Vagina.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. What kind of female are you looking for?
Tall, dark skin, with a whole big body.
A whole big body?
Yes. BBL.
Oh, you want her to have a BBL?
Yes.
Okay. What's some deal breakers?
The deal breakers, she gotta be that tall. She gotta be like she gotta be smart. She gotta be having like that money ready to go. Like she gotta have a stack job.
Oh, she has to have a lot of money.
Yes.
How much money she gotta make, Brittany Tasha?
She gotta make over a whole lot, like probably about $1 million.
$1 million, Brittany Tasha. Stop moving, honey, before I have to hang up on you too.
No, let this man be. This man said, by the way, there's something that I've never understood. When someone say they want someone with a certain amount of money, obviously I think this man, Brittany Tasha, is playing games. But I'd never understood why people think it's okay for them to tell someone else that that's too high. Like, let people be. I will never, ever again. I think this is a joke. No one is going to convince me this is real. No one is going to convince me that this person, that he wants a woman, whatever. Convince yourself of things. You're not going to convince me, but that's fine. But I don't like when people go, I want someone who makes this. Period. I don't care, man or woman. If you come to me and you say your partner should make this amount of money, you will never hear me argue with you. I might laugh at you. I might walk away from you. I might block you, but I will never tell you that you can't get it.
You want her to have $1 million?
Yeah.
Baby,
Yeah.
have you ever met a woman that makes $1 million?
Nobody.
Baby, let's start with 10,000. Okay, so she gotta make $10,000. What else? What else is important to you? Does she have to look a certain way?
We gonna do 10,000. Did Kendra G just tell this man we just gonna do 10,000? This man said $1 million. Kendra is, girl.
Oh, you already told me that. Let's give me the Kendra cam.
Huh?
The Kendra cam is when we see your full body. Okay. All right. Brittany Tasha, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Did you name yourself Brittany Tasha, or that's the name your mama gave you?
No, that's the name I named myself.
Oh, okay. When was your last relationship? All right. Brittany Tasha, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Did you name yourself Brittany Tasha, or that's the name your mama gave you?
No, that's the name I named myself.
Oh, okay. When was your last relationship?
I say 2 years ago.
2 years ago. You don't have to answer this question, but I'm going to ask. When's the last time you was intimate with someone?
Don't know. That one. Don't know.
This might be invasive. You don't have to answer. Are you a virgin?
Yes.
You've never had sex?
Never.
Again, this is invasive, and I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm just trying to get to know you better. Are you sure a lady is what you desire?
Yes.
Okay, you're positive on that.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Okay.
Kendra out of pocket. Kendra is out of line. That is not it. Kendra, ma'am, no, you're in timeout. Absolutely not. Go back.
Okay, you're positive on that.
Yes.
Better. Are you sure a lady is what you desire?
Yes.
Now, the other thing, if this man is not out, right? If this man is not out, what makes you think he's gonna come out on your show? This don't make no sense. Talk about, are you sure? You know, maybe you're right. Maybe I'm not sure if it's a woman. I can. Oh no. There's a part 2. By the way, he comes back. So we'll get into it.
Okay, you're positive on that.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Okay. Brittany Tasha, why do you think you're single?
Cause I'm single, ready to mingle. I'm ready to be in, like, tied down to somebody. I'm ready to be right there with somebody.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Why does a woman have to have a BBL? Why can't she just have like a nice natural body?
Because she got to have that, because, you know, that's how I really feel like for somebody. I see them in that level.
Okay. Could she have kids?
I'm not going to. I want one that don't have kids.
Okay, so one woman that doesn't have kids. Do you want kids yourself one day?
Possibly, but not right away.
Do you want the woman to be in Greensboro, North Carolina?
Yes.
Okay. Why does she have to be a millionaire?
Cause that's what she gotta be like. She gotta be like a top lawyer.
How much money do you make?
Right now, nothing. Not really make much money right now.
So why would a woman that makes $1 million want to date a man that makes nothing?
Cause I do work from home. I'll do like my work from home type.
And what home? Her home?
In my own like I work from phone. I move around to make my money.
Turn around where the light's in your face, boo. You like gotta turn around. There you go. There you go. Okay. But what I'm saying is if a woman is a millionaire, this is like Kelly Rowland, Sierra's, Beyonce's. Bring the phone down so we can see you. Why would they choose you? No disrespect. I'm just curious. What attributes do you have to add to these millionaire women?
Because I'm just like I'm one of the ones that like a sugar daddy play person.
A sugar daddy? No, you want a sugar mama, you mean?
Yeah, I want a sugar mama. That means that they
but sugar mamas, they get something in return. So if you don't have money to offer, what do you have to offer? Hello? Oh, child. Well, Brittany Tasha.
Hold on.
Okay, we're about to go. Turn around with the lights in your face. We're about to go. Ooh, child. Brit, you know what?
Wait. But there's more. There's more. He comes back. No. All of y'all who are talking mess, talking about he's gay and blah blah blah. He came back and he leveled up on y'all. Y'all are good. For everyone saying he was gay, y'all are wrong. He came back and he's going to drag everyone and prove to you guys that he is straight and he like women. So, are we ready for part 2? Are we ready? Because y'all are gonna have to apologize in this chat because period. All right, let's do it.
Going live. Damn, time.
Hello?
What up, Kendrick? What up, Kendrick?
What's my name?
How you? What's up,
What you
Kendrick?
call me?
Kendrick?
My name is Kendra.
Kendra? Smart. Get smart. Get smart with me. Got something for you.
Hold on. Who you
All right.
talking to? I can hang up on you right now. So how you want to proceed?
You know what?
You know what?
This is a new Brittany
You call
Chopper.
me. You call
I said
me.
this is
Why you starting
Hold on.
off with energy that you call me with? So it's Christmas Eve. Let me know
That's
what
the
you
energy
want.
you gave me the last time, baby. Baby.
Nigga, you call me.
Baby! Period, baby. Y'all were wrong. Wait. Let me get bigger. Where is the apology? Where everyone was like, oh my God, he's gay. See, he came back with the masculine energy that you guys said he should come back with. Now what? I want that apology, baby. That's just that on that. He came back. Kendra G was wrong, and y'all need to tell her she was wrong for asking this man if he was sure he wanted a woman, because he came back to prove. He came back to prove that he was masculine. Period. It's giving mask. It's giving mask. Wait. Now that I look like Eddie Murphy. It's giving top G energy, period. I know y'all are big mad in there. Y'all thought y'all clocked him. Y'all thought you could call this man all kinds of foolishness. And now he came back. And now look at y'all. Y'all are welcome.
With your moose looking hairline, looking like a chop. Your hairline and everybody else that you have had on this show, I'm the most one that's popular. That gave you the ratings on your last video. So I'm getting my shine back now. So who you want to be with? Who you want to be with? Because right now, baby, you can have the hotline, but you're not having this hotline. This is the Miss Brittany Tasha hotline. Get it correct when you come for me. Next time, check yourself.
Baby, you ain't shit.
It's been killing. Because I've been seeing your baby. Baby, I've been seeing your baby.
Attention. If you didn't be on my show, you would have your own platform. You need my platform to even have a moment. So what the fuck you talking about? If you,
who the fuck you talking to?
If you are that, why you here?
Please.
If you are that, why you spending your time to be in
Shut
line to be on my show?
Shut down.
Why don't you go
Shut
have
up.
your own
Shut up for a
platform
moment.
and build it?
Shut up.
Build it.
Shut up.
No, listen.
You need your own platform because you needed somebody else. You need your platform.
Baby. You ain't nothing without this platform.
That's why I got you in your fucking feelings, you stupid ass bitch.
And then come back and talk to me. Now it's not my fault that you came up here representing.
Nah, because baby, you keep talking while I'm talking to you. So shut the fuck up. For one time.
Now we got to go. Child, let me tell you something.
I can say this is the most ghetto thing I've ever. This is so ghetto. What? Baby, I need that as a sound, a part of my soundboard. I feel like that was planned. That couldn't have been real. No one is going to convince me that that was real. So that's just that on that. And that's Miss Brittany Tasha to you. Period. Material girl. I don't know how to say that, but I think that's how you say it. Kendra is jealous. Baby. Look. Let me get this link and put it out because, baby, like, I'm going to give y'all this link because I can't. I want to can, but I can't. I literally want to can, but I can't. All right, here's the link. We're going to go straight into the after show because y'all stressed me out today. Today I was stressed out. I promise I was stressed out. Thank you for sharing the Hood Rat Chronicle. Girl. A girl. He said, baby. First of all, y'all can start typing that apology. I don't see a lot of apologies because y'all talked about this man was gay. So he had to come back 2 times and show you that, like, ain't nothing gay about him, baby. It is what it is. Thank you for sharing the Hood Chronicles. All right, let's go into the after show. Y'all come up and let's be messy. Well, no, I shouldn't have said that. Let's come up and be nice to each other. Bye. Miss Brittany, hey.
Hey, I was just gonna say, Miss Brittany Tasha. Like, come on, my guy, come on. with the red hair, with the grown out roots. It was
period
spectacular. I wanted to make a note about the woman who did the what's it called, the thick book. I don't remember the name of the professor, but you mentioned her.
and we talked about the blonde thing. I also find it odd that we really seem like, granted, I understand what she's saying, right? As a Black woman, right? I understand what she's saying. And I understand your point as it relates to Black women not trying to use white standards for our own beauty. I think that as a woman, I don't know about the other women in the channel, I'll let them speak for themselves, but as a woman, and for me, I feel like when we think about beauty is currency, and it is about opinion, right? Because you can have a big nose, you can have a small nose, that's just like a measurement, but we give one meaning, right? And we give it all meaning, right? And so when we had the live a couple of months ago, I can't remember when, and you were talking about, why can't we as Black women decide that we get to own what is beautiful, right? And I don't remember exactly how you described it, but why can't Black be beautiful? I think that we, as Black women, understand that we can't be beautiful without somebody else's consent. Does that make sense?
No.
Like we can feel worthy, right? We can know our worth, we can know our influence and all the above. But I do think that, all right, you can disagree with me.
The thing is, I refuse to accept that Black women requires acceptance for. So here's the thing: your beauty is a currency. I'm not going to pretend like it's not. I think beauty is an investment, but I don't think Black women need everyone or most people to say, oh, you're beautiful. I think Black women have celebrated their beauty in its variety of forms, and that is beautiful. I don't think you need I don't think you need buy-in. Like, beauty is a social construct, so you need it socially. But if Black women define, and Black men too, define beauty within the culture, then that's beauty within the culture. And I do think, more than we like to admit, Black culture informs larger society. So
totally.
So buy-in is possible, but first we would have to accept something that is against what the larger community prioritizes in terms of beauty.
But beauty is social currency, right?
Yeah, but we give each other social currency within our group, and if we do that, then we bleed out into the larger context. I know this because Black women's bodies, prior to being commodified vis-a-vis the Kardashian, was within our culture the kinds of bodies that were seen as beautiful, while the outside community saw skinny as it, right? Now, if you were right that we needed buy-in from the outside community and from others that are not Black, it would mean that even within the Black community, Black women would not have loved their curvy figures, but we know they did, right? Because
but what I'm saying real quick is not that we need buy-in from outside of the community. We need buy-in from someone else than us. And what I am saying is that within our community, the men are not buying into our beauty. Like, we can't have it within a vacuum, right? So and I'm not saying, listen, I'm not saying that I'm begging any Black man for anything, right? I do what I live my life, and I live well, right? And there's really nothing anybody can say that God has denied me, right? But when I sit down and think about when these men, like Tanya TKO had a show today that I had to click off of because it was so upsetting. He's so stupid, it's offensive. the guy who was in DR looking for that $100. He
Yeah,
was
wait.
trying to
I
take
don't want
care.
to get too far from the point. I want to confront the beauty
But
standard
wait,
thing.
but it does tie in. The point that I was saying is that he would not even admit that the reason why he felt that the woman he was with was not a 10 is because she has Afrocentric features, is the way it ties in. Like he went over there and thought he was getting Beyonce's and was disappointed that he was getting black women who look like black women.
But I think I don't completely disagree with what you're saying, but I don't think it's others. I think it's men, right? Because if you're a heterosexual woman, then your beauty, so far as the ability to attract someone, is going to be through the lens of men that you like. Suki, welcome to the membership. The issue that I fundamentally have is even this notion of Afrocentric sort of features. I understand when we say there are these traits are found predominantly amongst Black people, right? I get that. But there are other features among, like, regardless of what the white beauty standard is, Black people can meet it. They shouldn't, and they shouldn't have to, but there are Black people who are going to meet it. Even in
Totally.
terms of skin tone, right? Because there are some Black people with really light skin, they're albino, like whatever, right? That part is true, but it doesn't make sense to me that so much of our literature is about white acceptance as opposed to being actually countercultural, and celebrating Black beauty in its forms, or creating our own beauty standards, which would automatically reject certain people even within the community, fortunately or unfortunately. But I don't think we need the buy-in. I think we can set culture, and unless we're willing to say we can set culture, we're not about to do it. Like, we're going to keep waiting for people to accept us. We're going to keep fighting with people about their system, where I feel like, and I could be wrong because I'm theorizing here, I think when we start promoting our own beauty standards, they'll figure it out. They'll catch up.
I will say that I agree with you and I want that for us. But I think that, and it doesn't have to be all in, right? Like we don't have to decide that we're going to take everything with the concept of integration. But a lot of the academics are bought into the idea of integration. And if we're all going to be singing Kumbaya together, right, then we're going to have to wrestle with the differences amongst us. And I think that a lot of times the academic and the educated folks within our community don't really want Black people to have our own. They want to have acceptance broadly from everybody for our own. I don't think we have to, again, I don't think it has to be either or, right? But I do think that we'll have to be willing to say that some things are for us and we don't want to have, granted BET was never ours, for example, but we have to stop making the cookout be available to everybody.
Yeah, but I mean, I think we've seen that the impact of our own culture, because like Black men and what they do behind closed doors in the bedroom has been sort of pedestalized as the kind of best sexual experience, not because it's true, but because Black women have told the world that that is true, right? And so Black women, even in a small way, pedestalized Black men and gave them power that they otherwise, I believe, would not have. Now, I wish this was reciprocated, but it's not. And I think if Black women stepped back from that and maybe promote a different, like, uplift each other more often and spoke positively about Black women's image, I think we could also see a difference. the reality is, I think beauty and having social currency is very complicated. I don't think it's just on the men. It should be, because y'all do your parts to uplift the men, and we don't do our part to do that in return. But I think you guys can do your own and stop. The degradation of Black women is not just coming from Black men, it's coming from Black
Agreed.
women also. And I feel like you guys should focus on uplifting yourself more often than you do uplifting Black men. That's my
And I
take.
think that, to our credit, we have, like, the natural hair movement, for
Nope,
example. People
absolutely
can say
not.
it was co-opted. Wait, hear me now. Hear me
All right,
out.
may hear you.
Give me a
My bad.
second. So what I'm saying is that I believe that with the natural hair movement, for example, Black women did just that. And even though capitalism did its thing, right? We don't do our thing in a vacuum. Now Black women have spaces that I wear my hair natural to work. Right? That is not something my mom could have conceived of. There are now so many curly hair products that are available that I don't have a row, I have a shelf in a Target, which was not my experience before. And when I sit down and think about how many other races of women are embracing their curls, right? It is because of Black women's leadership and self-love. They're changing laws because Black women are putting their foot down and are celebrating each other and supporting each other. So I want to say that we are doing that. We are. That was
I don't think you guys are not. I think that the drum being beaten is the upliftment of Black males' beauty. And while you guys have
So I'm going to say back to you what I just heard, because maybe I misheard it. That you think the upliftment of our beauty is us really uplifting Black men's beauty instead.
Nope. I said that you guys spend time uplifting Black men and praising Black men and praising Black men as opposed to each other and yourselves.
And okay, that is a problem. I think that there's a critical mass of us that are changing the tide, and I'm excited about it. But I do think that when we think about, and people can think that, I'm obsessed with Black men in the chat. Bless your heart. I think that when I consider what has worked for other races of women and what is normal when it comes to how different ethnicities work together and with each other, we cannot be seen without the mirror image of our men. No other race of people are seen that way.
Well, you need to get that our man out of your vocabulary.
All right, I can work on that, and you can pray for me. But what I'm saying is that the men don't belong to us. And hey, Petty. But what I'm saying is that the way that the way that we interact with men that are of our same identity group absolutely matters in terms of the way that we are seen in with other group, and the way we see ourselves, because you see yourself in your identity group regardless.
No. This is not true. It is generally true and applicable. But if you are seeing yourself as a community group and not really understanding that you're the only ones seeing that, then that's going to be a problem. Because you will always continue to slave on behalf of other people that you believe you're in community with, that do not engage in the reciprocal relationship that would require. I am. It's not that I'm saying give up on these men. I'm saying give the energy you receive. That's it.
No, totally. And that's really how I feel. Like, I am 100% in that camp. What I want for Black women is to have self-love that does not have to hate their blackness, right? But I do think that when we talk about the idea of uplifting our features amongst
Wait.
ourselves.
One second. I just need to clarify that. I think Black
Okay.
women love their blackness.
I think that Black women love their blackness and they include Black men in it. And I think that when we start to say that there's something wrong with Black men, like one of the things, the critiques I had for the idea that we would just abort Black baby boys because we need to thin the herd. One of the things that I felt was short-sighted is the idea that
Wait, no, concern. I'm stopping you because I don't understand why you would tell me your critique of that when literally no, like I don't hold that view. So like
no, I'm just talking about the genetics of it, like the blackness being, well, the point is, right? And I don't have all the answers, I don't know everything. But what I will say is that when I think about the why can't Black, like why do the academics consider the larger population's opinion of blonde hair, and why can't we uplift our own by ourselves? I think we do uplift our own by ourselves, but it won't stick unless it has social currency. So somebody has to buy into.
You've strawman my argument. I never said why are they focused. My question was about how the overemphasis on that as opposed to other things.
Well, I mean, maybe we talk about it too much. You could be right. I don't listen to it a lot enough to know how often we talk about it.
No, I mean the beauty is an important topic because of the hierarchy that exists. I don't mind that, but I think we spend so much time, and I don't know if we're changing anything outside of reifying that which is already in place. What I don't want is I don't want it to be seen as Black women are crying to try to achieve some beauty standard that they will never reach because it's white women's. When it's like Black women are beautiful in their own right, and it's like kind of counterintuitive. Like I don't expect white people to uplift Blackness and Black beauty. And I think it's kind of unfair to want them to do that. Like I'm not gonna
That's our
uplift
work.
white.
Agreed.
Yeah. And so like even if we are smaller, even if we're not prominent within the culture, which we are, our beauty standards we need to figure out how to decolonize our minds and figure out how to uplift that which is beautiful with our skin. That's what we should do. I think it's unfair to try to get white people to think Black is just as beautiful as white. If they do, they do. If they don't, they don't. I don't care what a white person think about my beauty. Like I am beautiful and other Black people are beautiful. And that's just what it is. White people are also beautiful, but like I'm not about to sit here and say white people need to accept me or else I'm going to feel invisible. Now, if we're talking about institutional power, which does come in, then we need to talk about fairness and equity in terms of access. But no, you don't need to see me as beautiful unless the only way you're going to hire me is beauty.
I think that you're right. And I'm 100% in agreement with what you're saying. I think that as women, our beauty holds a very different value that might not be relatable to you. And it might be something that, why I say it might not be relatable is in that like the level of emphasis that's put on us to be beautiful since birth, like the obsession with it has created, like it is a very real currency that we know we are always bartering with no matter what else we have. Like it's the degree and, you know what I mean? Whereas men don't necessarily have that same level of pressure.
That's fair. I think I might not be able to see it in the way that a woman is, but I do still believe that my bias is I just don't like seeing that we're coming from a subservient or a begging position. Like, I don't care about an acceptance. Like, I think we've made enough progress to own ourselves and have autonomy over that which we deem to be beautiful. Like, we have our own media, we have our own we have access in a way that we never have, and we need to do the work to promote good and quality images of who we are. And
Agreed.
yeah, so I don't know. I think that we have a responsibility that we're not carrying out.
1,000,000%. 1,000,000%. And I think that when we think about the that responsibility to each other, instead of focusing on trying to change, as you pointed out, white people's minds, like writing academic papers for each other, consumption to change each other's minds so that we can, get less Black women to be, Black male worshipers, for example, get, change the way that we talk about each other, for example. Like, there's definitely more of an emphasis, I will agree, on changing the broader community's mind state as it relates to what Black people do and do not do or deserve. So I completely agree with that.
Yeah.
I will say that it was in. Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. I was gonna go to Petty before I came back to you.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, before you jump in, I know you've been waiting. I thought it was so hilarious to see that guy that Kendra was talking to at the beginning. Like, he was so confused. He was like, "Girl, stop!" Like, the idea that Kendra could be trying to convert him while he's laughing at her. Like, this is that part had me completely completely thrilled.
Yeah. You came back sassy. Prince Petty.
Came for the passport, bros. Also, I came for the baby.
Baby. I don't think I will ever stop saying that. So we're baby.
I'm looking for the sound bite, but a small rant on passport bros. I personally find them funny. Let me be on camera for this. I'm back.
Period. Someone said you look like a young Cuban Goodey Jr. I forgot that. Yeah.
I saw that comment and purposely didn't address it. Thank you for blowing it up here, and now everybody can know that. So passport bros are funny to me because of how they switch up online in 4K. It's like a very red pill manosphere things, right? So their videos, their public videos, will be so incriminating. They are telling on themselves in 4K, right? This man who you showed looked directly into the camera. What you got there?
What? What do you mean?
I'm sorry, Teddy. You know it's all love, but I do see it.
I forgot that you have access. This is why I don't like this podcast. I'm kidding. I do like the podcast, but like, the fact that you can see what I'm about to put on is annoying.
The fact that I can see that you're planning pettiness behind so you want to plan it behind my back is what you're saying.
Period. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know this man, not related at all. But the man is in 4K. He's looking directly at the camera. We see his face, him, who we saw on Yanie today. We see his face on his channel with no one holding a gun to his head, saying in high definition, y'all need to go to the Dominican Republic. They have so many fine women. Oh, their booties are so big. The women are so cheap. You can get in bed with a woman who looks like Beyonce for less than the price of a brand new pair of shoes. And you know, the natural human response to hearing something like this is, hey man, this sounds a lot like sex tourism. What you're talking about, going over to an impoverished country to have sex with women who don't have a lot of resources in exchange for money. You don't think that sounds like sex tourism? And they always look like you slapped them, like sex tourism. I went to the Dominican Republic for the food. I went to experience the culture. I didn't even know the Dominican Republic had women I thought the country only had men. I didn't even know women would be there. How could you accuse me of something so heinous and vile? And I don't think they're playing dumb. I think they legitimately believe that they're not doing what they're doing, which is why they will sit there online and they will literally define sex tourism, and they will follow up with some, I was just saying some of my followers lie. I didn't know nothing about no sex tourism. I thought it was okay. Nobody tell me nothing about that.
You know what? I actually am with you like completely. I think they have convinced themselves that they're not doing what they're doing. Right? Like I feel like if you put them on a lie detector test, they will pass. They will pass with flying colors because they will describe sex tourism, and then you'll ask them if they did what they just described. They will say yes. But then if you change the word to sex tourism, they'll say no. This brings me back to a study that was a test.
I was about to bring that up. You're talking about like denying R and endorsing forceful. So yes, that was what I was going to bring up, because let me catch myself in front of a judge, and my judge is talking about, why were you recommending that your audience go out and assault women? Oh, I was just saying some stuff that they liked. I thought I thought it was okay. And let me see how the judge feels about that. But yes, it was a study by Sarah Edwards, I believe, and it was basically a bunch of men, and the men would, without using the R word, describe behavior that they engage in when they have sex with women that fits the definition of R-ing someone. But when you ask them,
he is petty.
When you when you ask them, hey, do you R women? I think only 10%, which is a lot, by the way. Well, I don't know what the exact percent is, but it was the minority said that they actually are women. The other majority said, no, we would never do something like this. But when you actually defined R-ing without using the word, they were like, yeah, I do that, I do that, I do that. So they legitimately do not think that what they're doing is what they're doing, but they do it. And they describe it to you thinking that they're not doing what they're doing, but they're doing it, which is why I agreed with what you said regarding, if you were Yanie, you would ask them to define what they think it is and tell them to, well, what did you do over there? What were you going over there for? Instead of just saying, why were you doing S tourism? So yeah, that's my rant.
I agree with you.
I'll say that.
Go ahead.
I'll say that it's like, for me, it's not that they don't know what they're doing. It's that they know that in admitting it, that they're catching a label. I think it's very much like that Shaggy song, It Wasn't Me. Like, they can casually talk, they can admit to it in other ways, but they'll never let you actually be able to say they are that thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just like when Joe Budden admitted that he stealths. And the guys were like, oh, you do that? Yeah, I do that too. Yeah, yeah. So it's like, wait, what? And then later on, when women were coming at him, telling him like, you know, this is against the law, right? He took it back. He's like, oh, you guys take everything so seriously. You know, I was playing. It's like, when they find out some things are against the law, that's when they always, you know, backtrack and be like, oh, no, I was just playing. You know, you guys take things too seriously. It's like, no, you were describing a crime. Like,
yeah. Some Themis do side by side with Eddie Murphy. I would, but Eddie Murphy and I do not look alike. I think if we might have the same ancestors, but like people who say that are just like, we might be distant cousins, right? But we don't look alike. Did your panda just move? Is there a ghost in your house, Betty?
My bad. I was looking up Eddie Murphy to see what's going on with that.
No, we don't look alike. There is literally nothing.
Themis doesn't look like Eddie Murphy.
I mean, we might have strong noses, but that's it.
I don't know. I see something on my screen that I feel like people need to see.
You can put it up. I will block you. Wait, nature calling. Go ahead. What do you have for us?
First, it's Baby. Okay, he was like, I am a savage. You needed me. That's what he's telling Kendra G. He was like, you don't get views without me, honey. Okay. But that was completely hilarious. But what I had to say was, It's funny that when the guy on Yanie, that guy, I don't even know what his name is.
No, don't
All
even
these
do
men
that.
seem to know what sex tourism is, but y'all are too dumb to know what a homebody is. Am I confused? Y'all don't know what an introvert is, but you know what sex tourism is? Is that
Right?
just me? Don't y'all find that
Crazy.
suspicious?
Crazy.
You don't know what a homebody is, what an introvert is. They'll be like, "What's colorism? What's that? What's?" But you know what sex tourism is. Interesting.
I'm with you. I'm still with you.
Cause not once, cause usually I was waiting for him, cause he seems, like he barely graduated, the 8th grade. So I was waiting for him to say, "What's that? I don't even know what that is." I was waiting, and he never says that. He literally just says, "That's not what I was doing." How do you know what sex tourism is?
Right?
But you didn't know that your flight, if you miss your flight, you'd have to pay them a fee to rebook. You didn't know that though.
Well, I didn't know that. I learned something at least.
I
It
mean,
depends on the airline.
I feel like it's like self-explanatory. Like, okay, it's not like your flight was delayed. It's not like they told you, yeah, the flight is. Then yeah, it's gonna be rebooked automatically, right? You're gonna find a spot on the plane.
Well,
But
Spirit.
you purposely missed your flight. They didn't. They weren't delayed. They left on time. That's your fault. Of course, you're gonna have to pay to get on another flight.
Wait. Let me address the chat. No, we've talked about this. People were saying I look like Giveon, and I said I do not. I don't look like Eddie Murphy. And then there was this other guy, I forgot his name, who I actually like. But no, I don't. They don't know. There's no foresight. There is no planning. There is literally no real thought into what is happening and how it might impact not just them, but men who look like them. And so at this point, it's giving like let's just like stop caring. Like honestly, it's just really difficult for me to like really synthesize much of this information because it's like these men don't care. Like, they don't care. They're not about to care. We can't make them care, and they will continue to drag whatever image we have further down, right? So, honestly,
I mean, it's very saturated at this point. It's like everywhere you go, it's talking about them, and it's like I'm on the same page. I truly don't care. The only thing that I care about is because I do have foresight. I don't want what you're doing to affect me when I travel, because at the end of the day, I'm Black, and that's what people see first, right?
That's what
I
I'm
feel like
coming
most
from.
people
That's what I'm
see
saying.
us. I feel like most people see us as Black, and then they see us as women. I feel like
yeah.
men are seen as men first, and then they're seen by their race second,
Oh no.
right?
Well,
Fine. You can.
I don't.
I feel like most men, well, I will say Black men identify as just being men first. They don't identify with being Black. They identify with being Black second, but they're men first.
So wait, before we continue, why is someone sending me Jonathan Majors?
I said that it was me. I see the Jonathan Majors more.
No.
You
tried it. I feel like that's disrespect.
I'm sorry.
I feel like
you know I think you're handsome, Themis. It was I see it. I see it.
No. There is no.
Yeah, no. I don't know.
Oh, someone also said Taylor James Williams. I talked about that the other day. We look like we came from the same tribe also, but we look nothing alike.
I don't know who that is.
The guy from Everybody Hates Chris.
Oh no, I could see that. Yeah.
Someone said Malcolm X, and that's the winner. Yep, that's why I look like we're done. The conversation is over.
It's the glasses.
Oh, wait till I put on my square glasses. Period. That's what and I'm gonna just go like this every single time I'm here. That's gonna be it. Let me look up Malcolm X.
Oh, I wanted to go back real quick about the Kendra G thing. The first guy, but the guy was in prison. He said he was working, right? But I was like, wait a minute. If he's working, that means he's been out for a few months, even though he's in a halfway house. Why haven't you seen your children? You can go to work every day. So why haven't you made plans to see your children? You haven't held your 6-year-old. He wasn't working?
He lying.
Either or, you're technically free. You're not in prison anymore. So what's stopping you from arranging to see your children?
I thought he said he don't know them kids. He don't know them.
He told Kendra, he goes, "Oh, I love my kids for sure, for sure. Oh yeah, for sure." Okay, so why haven't you seen your children?
Since
You
birth,
got 3.
he's never held his child. Like, that's a different kind of crazy. You've never held your child?
Because if you haven't held the 6-year-old, I know you've never seen the 3-year-old. You've never held the 3-year-old. I know that for sure. But you're free. The halfway house, you got a curfew until like, I think it's like 8:30. So you have until you wake up until 8:30 to see your children if you're not working. So why haven't you? I just find like these things it's very interesting when men get like a lot of men, I feel like they can't be men if they don't have a woman attached to them in some way, shape, or form. And I find it, I don't know if it's codependency where they feel like I need, or maybe they need that in a weird way, that validation or someone, a cheerleader, like, yeah, babe, you can do it. You can do it. Oh no.
You're still talking.
This is a really good picture of Eddie Murphy.
I like this picture too. I think I do look like him here. Sorry.
He looks like Taylor James in that one.
He does look like Taylor James in that one.
It's giving material girls.
We know how much you love capitalism.
Is this for his album? Was this for his album cover?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Because why does he have a flower in his hair? Is that a choker?
Period. It's a bow tie.
Oh, I'm like, is this a choker around his neck?
It's a leather bow tie. Sorry. Sorry. I just need to get my celebrity look-alike together for when I need to dress up.
You think it's weird how Kendra was she was so affirming when the man in prison, when it came to this black man in prison, she was like, I see so much in you. You have so much potential. You got pick up your crown, king, but like let it have been a black woman with 3 kids in jail. Well, no, not even 3 kids in jail. A child at like 31.
No, because so Sinji, as soon as I saw Kendra G reacting to that white woman, I remember Sinji's sister. And the way she spoke to Sinji's sister versus the way she spoke to that white woman, I was like, this is weird. It's so interesting that Sinji picked up on the same thing. Like in her video, she picked up on the same thing because I was like, this is weird. And then I remember like most of the black women who came up got treated the same way, but like at six kids with 4 different men, it's weird to not point that out in a meaningful way when she's like, oh, I want a sugar daddy. Ha ha ha. Like, all right, girl, period.
She does do that a lot I noticed that. Even if the black women are successful and they are single mothers, she will find some way somehow to really dig into that. Well, why didn't you marry the fathers of your children? Are they involved? Like she'll ask more questions. Like she'll be more in depth. Where like, okay, I didn't know I was being interrogated. I thought I was looking to, hook up with to find a date. But with that woman, she was just like, oh, okay. And I'm like, oh, that's it? You're not going to drill her like you drilled the other black women who are single mothers on your show? Like, she usually asks, oh, are they in their life? Is the fathers in their lives? Like, she'll go in on black women. But that woman, she didn't ask any of those questions. She didn't go in. She just asked, are they race? What's their race? And that's it. She kept it going. And then that lady was rude to her at the end.
Yeah.
So it was like, you disrespect me on my own platform. Like, how dare you? But you want me to, like, what? But she's a white woman. She was like, I got what I wanted. I got black men to see me, and I'm out. Like,
yeah. Who was saying Eddie Murphy was ugly? Y'all are wrong because Eddie Murphy is not ugly.
What does he look like currently?
We're not doing that.
Eddie Murphy looks good.
Okay.
Eddie, you're the best. Eddie, you're the best.
You said he looks good now? Who said that?
Eddie Murphy looks good now. He looks nice and dewy. Look like he takes his vitamins. He work out.
Nature said that. Can we get a current Eddie Murphy so we can see what Nature is talking about?
No.
I just want
I got a better. I have
Wait,
a
you
better
didn't see
look-alike
You People? You
comparison.
didn't see what's that movie called? You People? He looks good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean,
It's
I
on
don't know
Netflix.
who people are in the chat saying Eddie Murphy was ugly. Absolutely not. I rebuke that.
I
Jonathan
have a
made
better.
this
I have a better look-alike comparison for Themis.
Who?
I always think you remind me of the main guy from the movie Uncorked. His name is Modu Athi.
Oh yes, that's who I was trying to remember.
Y'all look like y'all could be brothers.
We look like we
Are you
could be
gonna pull it
cousins.
up?
Huh?
Are you gonna pull it up?
I'm going to.
You know who really resembles you? Have you ever heard of this movie? We was
We were
Kang.
Kangs.
Yeah.
I'm so tired of you. So tired of you. And you
Themis look
y'all
like a
don't-
king.
y'all not gonna make it look like I'm the only one who sees it. Y'all
So
not gonna make it look
I-
like I'm the only one who sees it.
So I'm gonna put it on the screen, but I don't think I look like him. But I do think we have the same energy. I don't know how to explain this, but I do. I get a vibe from him that we could be friends.
Yeah. Yeah, he
We
seems
don't-
like intelligent and like I could see that.
We look nothing alike, but I
Mm.
understand we give the same vibe.
I think Themis is one of those people where you look like everyone and then no one.
Period.
You look
And
like
I don't
everyone
have a
and no one.
personality or a look.
Because every
Well-
single person that's been named, you have similar, like I see it in the eyes, I may see it in the nose, the structure of your face, your lips, but then it's also you don't look like them at the same time.
Someone said it's so eyes. It probably is.
It's the eyes for him, yeah. With Eddie Murphy, I think it was the smile, like the teeth and the cheekbones, and maybe like the nose.
Yeah.
You know who you look like? You know who you look like, Prince Betty, to me? Mac Wiles.
I feel like
Mac
this could be your
Wiles.
dad. I literally feel like this could be your dad.
We are related, actually.
No.
You lying.
If you look up his biography on Wikipedia, he's actually from Saganda. We may be from the same tribe.
Saganda's a river in daggone New York. You are
Do you
so
remember when they
ridiculous.
said they did racism to you at work?
Are we
They did
doing
a
racism?
racism.
Yeah, I feel like when y'all say, Themis look like Giveon, Eddie Murphy, also the dude from Everybody Hate Chris, also the one guy you just I feel like y'all are doing a racism.
You must put up Mac Wiles. Put up Mac Wiles.
Yeah, pull up Mac Wiles. Who is this?
He was from 90210, and he was also from The Wire. Oh God.
Oh my, is that
Hey.
is that the man who was just voted sexiest man alive?
Was he?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jonathan Majors.
He is sexy.
And we really were. This meme
We-
is true. If I could just
I
build
don't
it up
see a Matt
somehow.
Wiles coming up. So if you put him in the back, then yes.
What about the king from The Woman King? He was fine too.
I forgot his name, but I know who you're talking about. I don't know his name.
Was he the same one from the Star Wars movie where they were trying to do a
Yeah.
race?
Yes. Yeah.
Mac Wild does not exist.
Mac Wiles absolutely exists. Hold on. It's not
I
Matt,
got
it's
it.
Mac.
Good. Wait, why am I looking him up?
So because he looks like Petty.
No.
Who
Oh,
is
stop
he?
it. Pull it up. Let this be a people's vote. Pick
Was he
one.
from like Soul Food or something? He was a kid actor. At one
I
point.
see it.
You
I
see
see it.
what? You need to get your eyes checked. I don't know what you see.
I feel like the guy on the screen looked a little bit more like Michael
There is
Keaton
absolutely
adjacent.
nothing about this man that looks like Petty.
Well, he's not as
What?
handsome, but I think there is a resemblance. there somewhere. He's wearing black.
No, there is no resemblance. There is
It's
nothing.
not because
He's
both have
wearing
two
black. He
eyes.
has a goatee.
Two eyes.
You guys have nothing that looks similar.
We both have eyebrows, 2 eyes,
Yeah.
1 nose, 2 nostrils, 1 mouth, 2 lips. I believe we have a lot in common.
I see it. I see it. I see it strong. I feel like it's like in the eyes.
Yes. Close your eye a little bit.
Cuba's just your dad. You might as well be him.
Oh my goodness. I don't know this man. We have no affiliation. Outside of apparently both being extremely handsome.
Is that as handsome what you call this?
Look, y'all, what y'all think is attractive don't matter to me. Y'all told me Eddie Murphy is whatever he is, and so your views on attraction no longer mean anything to me at all. That's just how it is.
I feel like you're racist to say Eddie Murphy does not look good.
No, Eddie Murphy.
Wow, that
I wouldn't call it
escalated.
racist. I would call it like not blind. I would call it able-bodied in my eyes. I don't know what.
Wait,
the word
why does
is.
Eddie Murphy not look good? Yeah, you are being racist. Because
Well, nobody wanted to bring up a current picture of him, so that
he
means
black?
already.
I don't think Puff Daddy is cute, but my friends think he is fine. I don't think Future's cute.
Oh.
People think he's fine.
Future is not cute.
I think that
Waka
I think
Flocka.
that I don't even know who that is.
Who's Waka Flocka again? Is that the one with the missing eye?
It's a party. It's a party. It's a party.
That's not the one with the missing eye, right?
No, that's Fetty
Fetty.
Wap.
No, that's Denzel Curry. Denzel Curry now has a missing eye as well. Glaucoma.
How was Eddie Murphy's singing career?
See, in the length of time that it takes you to scroll through Eddie Murphy's pictures, like how much time did you spend to find this? Why didn't you just Google Eddie Murphy today and pull up the first thing?
No.
No, Eddie Murphy was fine.
If I Googled Lupita, I could pull up any picture, any of the first pictures of Lupita, I could pull up and they would all look good. You got to go and scroll for 30 minutes to find Eddie Murphy back when he was in the 1960s or whenever he was.
Wow, Teddy. Teddy is on
Teddy,
it tonight.
you're just showing how straight you are. You don't know what men look good.
Look, I don't know what men look good, but I do know what men don't.
So what's a good looking man?
Have you ever heard of Ice JJ Fish?
Who?
This has no potential.
Something about your look.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's an up and coming rapper.
Oh no!
Yes, King.
Poor unfortunate. This poor
Can you play that music video, the third picture from the left? You need to play that music video.
I don't think I can handle the cringe.
Don't do it. I played it on stream before they copyright. He has a copyright. This man has a
For
copyright.
real?
He's legit. He's the real deal.
God.
Yes, sir. Look at see, and he's with a beautiful woman because beautiful women appreciate beauty and they get with beautiful men.
Girl, I thought this was T.I.'s son.
Oh no, not the beads in the hair. Stop
Petty,
it.
this is your new hairstyle. Please.
How?
If you ever, Petty. If you ever.
That's your.
Oh
You
my
have
God.
hair. You have long enough hair to
Whoa.
do that.
Oh my God.
I thought girls like gaps. I thought that was like cute or like no.
I mean, it's not the gap. It's not the gap.
Yes, it is.
It's the face.
It's
It's
not
its
the gap.
face.
It's also. You could tell
It's
that
how
he has
it's
a
everything
his
all
thumb.
together.
Right. It's his face.
This is a moment where we need
Oh
Annalise.
wait, this is unlocked. Oh. We need to, and then I need to delete that part.
Can I add something really quickly? Because we were talking about how to, I guess, conquer, restruct beauty standards and things like that. The fact that there are so many unattractive Black male entertainers, rappers, athletes, and stuff like that, and we still big them up, and they can look at Biggie Smalls had Lil' Kim and Faith Evans fighting over him. Craziness. Like, and they don't do the same in reverse. It's like with what's the little man, the little guy? That's his name from now on, because that's what they called him in the courtroom. When the little guy lied and made it seem like he took a dark-skinned girl and put her in a video because they were trying to replace her.
Tory Lanez.
Yes, the little guy. It's like they do things like that for performance, but they don't really believe it. And a lot of them will. It's like they just show you. And
Remember
like
Gilbert
Thema said,
Arenas used to drag Lupita, like drag her online for no reason. He used to just drag her for no reason, saying she's black, she's disgusting, and we're like, okay. But continue. I'm so sorry. I just remember that, like Gilbert Arenas used to drag
I was gonna
Lupita
say
for no reason.
Right, and it for me, my work that I do on a daily basis is, number one, because I am more fair skinned, I have freckles, I don't date men who are colorist in general. That's not a thing that I am going to subject anyone to, and I avoid them like the plague. I've had a guy tell me I was Dominican before who knew me. I said, when have I spoken Spanish? I don't know. I don't speak Spanish. My family don't cook rice and beans. Like, what are you talking about? You met my mom. You've met all these people. What are you talking about? And he was like, nah, shorty, you Dominican. I was like, no, I'm not. I'm black. I'm hella black.
I think they do that a lot because I'm a brown skinned woman, and they will tell me, I'll tell them I'm Haitian. That's it. I'm black, right? I'm Haitian. Like, they'll be like, you sure you don't got Ethiopian in you? And I'll just be like, what? They be like, you got some some Egyptian? And I'll be like, what? Oh, you from the DR? When did I say I was Dominican? Oh, you sure you're not Dominican? You sure you don't got no Spanish in your blood? And it's like, leave me alone. I told you I was black. Because I don't have stereotypical black features or what they think is black features. I'm not black enough. You're trying to find a way to make me mix somehow. It's very disingenuous. It's very rude. Like, I find that insulting.
I was going to say it's not even that. I feel like it's because when a guy is attracted to you that is normally a colorist, they're trying to figure out how they can justify being attracted to you. So they're like, well, you got to be mixed with something else.
That is not the case. It is because they think you are going to accept it as a compliment.
Exactly.
Wow. Yeah.
They say you red bone. I'm like, get away from me.
Yeah. I've had men even since, like, well, I could say boys even when I was younger. My best friend, she's dark skinned, and I remembered a guy was trying to talk to me, and he was like, all dark skinned girls, private parts stink. And I was like, excuse me? Yeah. I was like, excuse me? So then I said, have you been with all the women that are dark skinned in the planet? I was like, you've been with them? All of them? You sure? And when I started making him feel dumb.
One second. I don't think it's not true. I think people could be trying to justify why they like someone, but generally, even if you're justifying it, you're not asking someone to help you justify why you like them. When you say things like, oh, are you mixed? Are you this? Are you sure you're really this? It is because you think it is a compliment to the other person, generally, if you're trying to date them.
Yeah, it's when they realize you don't find it as a compliment, they don't know how to react to that. They get upset. They actually find it as, you're weird. How did you not find me saying that you don't look black as a compliment? And it's like,
yeah. It is rooted in anti-blackness, like, definitely. Yeah.
When you started talking, I thought you was going to comment. I thought you were talking about the smelling like something down there. I was like, oh, what is going on right now?
No, I'm serious. He literally told me, and I was like, so I've always been like, listen, I don't play those games. I'm gonna shut you down and I'm gonna make you feel stupid. I'm gonna drag you by your follicles and your mama's follicles. Like, I don't care. You're not going to talk about dark-skinned women or any women in a derogatory way in my presence ever in your lifetime. Go do that over there. Don't do that over here. So when I had to make him feel stupid, he starts berating me, and now I'm the bad guy. But it's like, you just literally showed me that you were a colorist. You thought I was supposed to laugh? You said all dark-skinned women's private part stinks. Is that a joke? I don't find that funny. Where's the humor?
I got
don't
one
get
for
it.
you. And
The
in
guy
reverse,
yeah,
I
go
met
ahead.
a super light skinned girl who would qualify as like a preference, who said that because she used to be funky and stinking, and she said that men like when you stink. And I was like, oh no, 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 no,
And
no, no, no.
I'll take
I
the
feel like this is
conversation to a
now.
different
I feel
place.
like I feel like this is now a weird conversation.
No. So I'm
Wait,
gonna take it to a different place. It's
wait. Before
also
you
to
go,
encourage.
go ahead.
Look, you said before I go, did you want to read the super chats real quick?
Yep. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hey, Oja Ohaji. It's true. People regularly argue me down that I couldn't possibly be black. Some even say you are too pretty to be black. It's so insulting, makes me sad. That is, oh, I don't. If I've ever heard that said to someone, I would be really annoyed. Yeah.
It's like saying you speak well for a black person.
Yeah.
It's same energy. And I think that if we keep the game around making women fight each other and start the Hunger Games for these clowns and dusties, it's also to put a hierarchy so that the women can be like, at least I'm not her, or at least I'm better than the other person. It's because even though dark-skinned women have always been beautiful, right? I'm a brown-skinned, light-skinned person on certain days, but like that's a fact. Dark-skinned women have always been beautiful. Like there can be more than one beautiful person in the room. I think it's that negging game that guys do to make you to see how much you're willing to take. You know what I mean? To see if he can manipulate you into trying to overcompensate to be the prettier one.
I feel like if you're weak in that way of thinking that you are better because of the tone of your skin or the texture of your hair, you're dumb. Like whatever happens to you in that regard, it happens to you in a relationship, because you cannot. I don't think anyone is better than me, and I don't think I'm better than anyone else on this earth. That's just how it is, point blank, period. I am who I am. Is either you like me for me or you don't. I'm not gonna be everybody's cup of tea, and everybody's is not gonna be my cup of tea. It is what it is. I can't change my skin tone. I can't change the texture of my hair. I can't change my features. So if you don't like it, move around.
I do have a clarifying thing. I'm supposed to have a meet the candidates on Sunday. I emailed to tell them that, but I might not be able to because I was invited to something and it's on the schedule. And I told people not to have two calendars. I had two, and there was a mix-up. So I need to. I'll find out if one of the moderators can host it. Petty already have access. Maybe you can host it. I don't know. Could you start a live stream if I created one? Do you have access? You don't?
No.
Oh, that's annoying. Are talking white. So I have a problem with this. With talking white. Here's my problem with it. I have to be honest and say it is true that there are some people who say you talk white because you sound smart. I've never understood that, but there are. So this is multi-layered. I find that people who volunteer the information that people say they talk white generally do so because they want to be told they talk white. That I'm not saying this on this chat, but in my experience, when I've met Black people who say, yeah, everyone keeps telling me I talk white, and I'll go, yeah, you don't sound white. They'll get mad and they will like try to fight me on the fact that they talk white and sound white and people tell them they talk white. I find that really annoying because like, literally no one asked you and you're volunteering that information. Now, on the other hand, if I say you talk white, I will never, ever actually verbalize this, but I have thought it. It has nothing to do with intelligence at all. In fact, it might mean the opposite. When I think, I will never say to a Black person, but if I think you talk white, it's because of a vocal fry that I hear that reminds me specifically of how the Kardashians speak and a very specific Valley Girl accent. That's what I'm thinking. But usually when people say, "Oh, everyone keeps telling me I talk white," it's usually because they're looking for attention. In my experience,
Is it
that's
to
how
engage you into? Is it to engage like in an argument? Is that what you?
no,
why
it
you
is.
do that?
It's because they think sounding white means that they're better than black people, and they want you to tell them that they sound white. They want people to tell them they sound white because it's validating. I don't think that's true for everyone. I think people do call like marginalize people and say, "Oh my God, you sound white," and laugh at people. I have to accept that that happens because someone has cried to me and told me that happened when they told me, "Oh, people say I talk white," and I literally got annoyed and I was like, "Look, no one said you talk white. You're lying." Blah blah blah, and they got mad and they were like, "You don't understand. I've been through this so many times." So I'll accept their reality, and that does happen, and I do actually believe that happens. But I find in my experience, when people say I talk white, they try to do it to announce that they're special. That's how I interpret it. When like, "Oh my God, people keep telling me I talk white." No one asked in this situation. No one is saying you talk white. So you just want to bring it up because you want to seem like you're special. Okay, girl, I'm not doing it with you. So yeah, ladies,
How do
you
you feel
sound
about code switching?
disingenuous. Huh?
I was about to say, what about code switching?
Oh, I don't care about code switching. I think everyone does it. I can't do it because I can't change my eye. The only time I can do it is if I'm speaking patois.
Yeah.
I stopped doing it years ago. I just
Lady
can't
M,
survive that way.
I'm starting to wonder if you're a guy in real life because you just seem to always want to stir the pot.
Yeah, I saw the comments too, and I was just like, "What?" Okay, girl.
Right? Because
Disingenuous.
we know that the guys are crowd watching, and it's not like they don't put it is built it is beneath them to pretend to be a woman to somebody has me in the background.
Oh, the rock girl. Can you turn us off in the back, the rock girl? I think there is an echo coming from you. But let's not address a Lady M yet. I need to figure some things out. But Amara hasn't spoken and the rock girl hasn't spoken. So let's hear it.
Hello, everybody. Hey, chat. Hey, panel. Hey, Themis.
Hey.
So,
Baby. Getting up.
if y'all could give me some grace, I'm a little nervous. I don't really speak much.
Oh.
But, I was like thinking about the conversation that we had earlier in regards to, creating our own beauty standard. And I noticed that in these conversations, and I'm not like targeting anyone in particular, but in these conversations, it always comes back to the fundamental theme of Black women internalizing a lot of the things that have been said to us, a lot of the degradation. And my question is like, what are some ideas that we can do on an individual level to build the self-esteem of Black women? I think, and girls, I think that we only need a critical mass, because I don't think that the community is really going to be invested in building the self-esteem of Black women and girls. Like, I just don't do like community things in that regard, but I think that we can at least get a critical mass together to like work on that, whether it be through mentorship, promoting our image. Like, what can we do?
I was gonna say, if you don't mind me adding, I went natural in 2010. When you get a relaxer, you don't know what your natural hair texture is gonna be. I went natural. I have very tight coiled 4C hair, and it has in times been a struggle trying to find what hair products work. And this was before this whole boom of the natural hair movement. So I used to use baby products, and then they would discontinue everything that I really, had some success with and stuff like that. And it was times where I would just feel like, oh, I don't know what I'm going to do with my hair. And then I would see these little Black girls come in where I was working, and they have their hair natural, and they look at me and smile. And it makes it worthwhile, because I'm like, okay, I'm struggling, but end of the day, if I can just show another girl that, girl, yeah, your hair will be fine, or even passing the torch as far as another girl's thinking about it and telling it. I meet women all the time and we exchange, hair product ideas or things that have worked and share that community, that space. The thing that we are currently doing means a lot, because if you're not, it's about really, I feel like making that sisterhood will shine further than somebody just thinking we're cute over the next girl, if that makes sense.
May I?
That definitely
Yeah.
makes sense.
Go ahead,
So,
Rockgirl.
as an older woman, I hate saying that because I don't regard myself as old. I am over 50, and I know I have at least another 50 years of life. But I have worn my hair as it grows out of my head for probably 40 of the 53 years I've been on this planet. And I've honestly never thought about it. I don't, my daughter, well, she likes to wear wigs because, and I can't say I blame her because she has 4 people's heads of hair on her head. So I just feel glad that I don't have to do her hair anymore. But I have always embraced who I am. I've never cared what people have thought of it. When I do see Black women wearing their hair out, it does make me smile. Just because I know we are beautiful. We are. I don't care what anybody thinks about this. Women of African descent are the most beautiful creatures on this planet, period. And when we are comfortable enough to display ourselves as we see fit, I love that for us, because the world tries to tell us that we're not beautiful and that our hair growing out of our hair in all the ways that it does is problematic. And so I understand that for a lot of us, it's a journey to reclaim ourselves and to reclaim who it is that we are. And so when I see you younger ladies, doing what you do, and it makes me feel proud that some of that is continuing on, because it is important for us to do that. And whether we like it or not, we are examples for other people. I don't like that I may represent Black women in most of the places that I am. I'm the only Black woman in my entire company. Don't care. It is what it is. And I just want to say to you, younger women, all the work you are doing on yourselves will pay off in ways that you cannot anticipate. The person I am today looks nothing like the person I thought I might be when I was projecting into the future. Even the way I wear my hair is all mostly white. I started actually going silver when I was 11, and that was a wonderful ordeal because I'm also a natural redhead. And so imagine my childhood where I felt like I looked like Ronald McDonald's bastard child because that's how red my hair was. And then you wake up one day with a silver streak. That was traumatic for me as well. But I had to learn that there's nothing wrong with me, nothing at all, and that I showed up in this life as a Black woman to show other people how to live, to show other people what self-love looks like, to show other people what resilience looks like, and brilliance, and all of the things that we are. We are examples of that, and we have to take that seriously on some level. So I applaud all of you for the contributions you are making. Themis, you already know I love you. You are doing divine work, and I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
can, part of the problem with your voice is that I literally can just sit and listen to it all day. That is a problem, the rock girl. So I have, I'm not prescriptive, and that's not me running away from giving advice. What I do know is that life is not easy, but it's not supposed to be for anyone. It's easier for some people, but it's not easy. If we think about life as a game, then the question is, how do we play it well, right? And I think we have to accept that. We have to first accept our position. We have to accept the cards we've been dealt. We have to accept our socio-political positioning, our economic positioning, our race positioning, our gender. We have to think about all of this all at once, figure out as objectively as we can where we are, and then make these parts of who we are. Like, I actually thought about this when I was writing a book that I will no longer publish, but I have a round table with all my parts of me in my mind being a knight at my round table. And we discuss, not really, we discuss what we bring to this table, how important we are, and then figure out the system we're in and how to navigate that. At the top of what I think is important is intelligence. Not just for me, but the person I'm attracted to is the smartest person in the room. That's just what it is. It's fine. And for me, that's the thing that I work on the most, my intelligence. And then there is my kindness and my willing to empathize with people. Those are the things that I find. Oh, and also physical body. I go to the gym and like all of that other stuff, because I realize that I have to beef up that which I have to compete in the world, not with other people, but to get to where I want to go and be proud of who I am and the game that I play, right? So I don't think if someone said zero sum game, I don't actually think of life as a zero sum game. I just think about my position as objectively as I can, and then figure out how do I give myself the best advantage that I can give myself in this game. Because what I'm going to say about beauty, what I'm going to say about acceptance and self-esteem is that we need to fundamentally change our system. I don't think we are going to be able to change the system. It doesn't mean we shouldn't try, but I also want us to be able to live our best life, live out our potential within said system. So this is, by the way, why I do like for Harriet so much, but I also like Chrissy, because they're both thinking about the system. One is thinking about how to live comfortably and be happy within the system, while the other is doing that, but talking about how to address the system. And I think that wanting, you didn't ask for this, Aura, but wanting a sort of secret code to happiness, or a secret code to self-love, or that one thing, what can I do to get here and to do it, it's all fake. And I think all of the people online who says this is the answer, they're lying to you. The answer is hard work. The answer is feeling down, like you don't want to get up out of bed and still doing it. The answer is thinking smartly about who you are going to be taking into your network. The answer is quitting jobs that you probably shouldn't quit, failing when you probably should have thought better and did better, having relationships with people who should not have been in your life, and learning from all of those experiences to be a better person. Like, where you are now is all that you have. Wanting it to be better doesn't make it better. Wanting the path to change doesn't change the path. Literally all you have is what you have now. And what you're going to do with that fundamentally is about literally figuring out all the resources at your disposal and using them to push yourself to wherever you want to go. And that's work. That is physical labor, mental labor, emotional labor, that is cutting people off, that is putting people in your life. It is chaotic, it is messy, it is what it is. And I hate those 10 steps to success. I hate those how to become a millionaire. I hate all of those videos. I will watch them and I will enjoy them for what they are, entertainment. That is it. Majority of people aren't going to become millionaire. That sucks. It sucks. It is what it is. The best you can do is what you can do. You can't do more. You can do a lot less, but you can never do more than the best you can do. So be exceptional in who you are, figure out what that means for you, and then work tirelessly to get to that point. That is it. And there is no one that's going to tell you how to be beautiful. There is no one that's going to make you feel more beautiful than you make yourself feel. It's not going to work. All of that is just band-aid over a festering wound unless you figure it out yourself. And I don't know. I feel like being tough love is the only way to like get to it. I forced myself to get up at 5 a.m. when I was in undergrad, when I went to uni, because I said I was going to take over the school. And I did it. I absolutely did it. When I look back at my university career, I was like, whoa, I literally made a plan about how I'm going to run this organization, that organization, how I'm going to get this award, how I'm going to go to law school, how I'm going to go to China. Like I made a plan. And then I literally forced myself to get up because I said, if I can get up at 5:30, I hate the mornings. If I can get up at 5:30 a.m. and I can force myself to actually do work, if I can read all the materials before I go to class, if I can meet my professors after class, if I can get my grade to be a 4.0, all of my time in undergrad, then I'm going to do this, this, and that. And I did it. And it was a lot of work. It was not easy. I was tired. I was crying. I was sick, but I did it. And I think that's how you do it. And I might be wrong, but that's the only way I can that's the only advice I can give, which is not sweet and it's not kind and it's not motivational. So that's my long-winded way of explaining that self-love, acceptance, all of that is a lot. So just take the next best step.
Themis,
Actually, that
may
was
I add
very.
to that?
Oh, can I just
Go
really
ahead.
quickly, please? Thank you. That was like beautifully said. That I wrote down some stuff for myself. I was just trying to like put some things out there into the ethos so that we can like brainstorm some ideas on how to uplift the collective self-esteem of Black women. I know we can't reach everybody, but I guess I'm trying to do this work. I come to these spaces so that I can take things and learn it and like pour it into like younger girls that are coming after me. Like I have a cousin who, she's on the darker side of the spectrum and she's just really going through it. And I'm just like, I'm trying to do everything I can to let her know that she is beautiful, which she is. Let her know that she's beautiful, that she's great, but she just doesn't see it, unfortunately, because of the world around her. And so I'm just trying to like help her with that. And what I'm getting from you guys is from the first two ladies that spoke, basically you're saying embody that. So I don't know if you've seen my picture, but I'm like Chloe and Halle's skin tone. So if she looks at me, I'm not saying that you're wrong. Like, yes, I wear my natural hair. I sometimes wear locks, sometimes I don't. I can absolutely embody that, the ideal Black woman, right? The beauty standard within the Black community. So I don't disagree. It's just that I want to see more representation for her, for my little cousin, for my best friend who's a little younger than me. She's also a dark-skinned Black woman who has serious issues with accepting that, acknowledging that, and just loving the fact that she's dark skinned and loving the fact that she really is beautiful. And so that's what I got from you guys. Also, and I'm going to try to keep it as short as possible, but basically we also need to see ourselves as a community. And oftentimes we say we're not a monolith, we're not a role model, but when you embody the ideal as an individual, then you have to kind of see that other girls are looking up to you, whether you like it or not. Last thing I'll say, last kind of two things I'll say is, instead of putting all this energy, not trying to be mean. I apologize if it comes off as mean, but instead of speaking life into these men who don't really want to take control or agency over their life, maybe we should start speaking life into these young girls. And speaking life into other Black women as well who are struggling with their self-esteem, as opposed to maybe coming at other Black women so viciously. Maybe we can talk to them rather than at them, especially like when it comes to like baby mama conversations. Instead of being kind of nasty about it in the same way that the manosphere does it, maybe we can be kind of gentler, but still holding people up. I don't even want to say accountable because it makes it sound like you've done something wrong, but just like giving better advice. Let me see. Oh yeah, and theme is what I got from you. It's just I'm really gonna like put this in my own life because I've been trying to get my life in order, but just working hard. It's not gonna be easy. And I do listen to those people that are like how to make $1 million and they say things like that. But what you said really helped me out, especially going back into grad school. So I'm gonna take that for myself. But I just wanted to throw ideas out there so that at least in this sector of YouTube, we can figure out ways to build up the confidence of Black women, but especially these dark-skinned women and girls who are like really going through it right now. Because I'm tired of seeing girls get on TikTok saying things like, I don't have pretty privilege, I'm ugly, I'm this because I got 4C hair. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you're gorgeous. Like, I see white girls getting kinky hair extensions. Why do you think they're getting box braids to look like us? So why do you think you're ugly? Like, get out of here. But
There's this content creator that I really, really like, but I didn't know why. I won't say her name. Please, please, please don't write her name in the chat. She tells stories about her dating life and just about a lot of things. And she talked about not having pretty privilege or whatever. And like the first 2 times I understood it, but it's like a common thing now on her channel. And I didn't realize at the time, every time I watched her channel, I would just be exhausted and tired. It's just like, just tiring. And I think she is a beautiful woman. I think she is smart. I actually really love her voice. She seems to be one of those women who could get the world if she, I don't know, it just felt like, it always feels like there's just like this weight that is put on everyone watching, myself including, and it's just so exhausting. I can't, I've stopped watching her. I still love her and I want the best for her, but I like can't do it. It's just like, stand up. The Rock Girl, sorry. And then we can close. Final thoughts and close. You're muted, The Rock Girl.
Sorry, my cat was being a cat. You are correct that we have to push ourselves, and sometimes we have to be a little relentless with that. You know, I, in the last few years, had to relearn how to walk. I am losing the weight I gained from losing the ability to walk and whatnot. I have a titanium rod in my leg now because of a tumor that ate the ball joint in the hip. And so, and just, I'm a naturally self-reflective person. And I think part of that comes from having had a horrific childhood and starting therapy early. And so I spend a lot of time examining myself. And, you know, I've made a lot of mistakes and, you know, have done terrible things over the course of my life sometimes, and reconciling those things and forgiving myself and doing better. And it's this constant push. And yeah, I'm tired. I am. But there are things that I have accomplished and will continue to accomplish only through that continued hard work. You know, I'm on the path right now to becoming an international CPA because I don't plan on retiring in the States. And it's a lot of work. But also as a woman and as a melanated woman, I know what society tells us. I've never accepted that. And I think that if non-Black women were not spending billions of dollars a year to try to look like us, I might feel a little differently. But the fact that they're doing that tells me, even though I know genetically that I'm the blueprint anyway, I think that we have to look at society and understand what we're seeing and get that there's nothing wrong with us, and that the people who are being propped up that's happening so that they can try to feel better about themselves. There were not Tignon laws in this country because Black women's hair is terrible. No, it's because our hair is beautiful and fascinating, and we can do a myriad number of things with it, whereas other women cannot. And so by our walking into any room, it can be a jealousy inducing situation for other people because of how we show up.
Watch a Black woman who is fully in ownership of herself walk into a room. It is a beautiful sight to behold, I think.
Yes, it is. And that's something that we have to remember, is that, again, there's nothing wrong with us. I know who I am. I know the good things I've done. I know the bad things I've done. I know the path that I am on that will add to the legacy I have for my children. Because, when I do exit this life, I know that my children they will not have had the same struggles that I have. My daughter is a dark-skinned girl. Her first Barbie was Black. She named her Magical. I made sure that doll was the same skin tone. I found her books and shows and everything to show her that her dark skin was not a problem, regardless of what somebody tried to say to her. And I happen to come from a terribly colorist family. And my daughter, who is 34 now, has told me multiple times that how she was raised has saved her and reminded her of who she is. Now, don't get me wrong, I've made a lot of mistakes as a parent too. But if there's one thing I did not do, was to allow either of my children to feel that they were not worthy, to feel that they were not loved, and to feel that there was something wrong with them because of how they showed up on this planet. And I think that if we have the privilege of being around young people, we must help them to see who they are and to understand that their place in the world is not a diminished position. It is not a problematic position. And that however they show up is how they were meant to show up. They are beautiful inside and out. And we must take our stewardship of the young seriously. Whether or not we birth or build them ourselves, we do have a responsibility. And so when I encounter Black children, I try to interact with them and tell them, hey, do you know how wonderful you are? Do you know how beautiful you are? Do you know how magical you are? You are loved. You are amazing. You are a child of the divine, and there's nothing wrong with you. Don't let this world tell you there's something wrong with you, because there's not. There's something wrong with the world.
Completely agree. I wish we could actually put aside our own bad experiences and trauma when we interact with children, specifically when we interact with children, because I think a lot of that gets passed on to them in the way that we treat them. And I find it really unfortunate. Like, I actually do. Like, when I see certain behaviors geared towards children and the treatment of children, I actually get really, really sad, because I see in the treatment of these kids what they're going to become. And I know a lot of people can't do any better because they don't know any better.
I can't accept that. I can't, I don't accept that. And the reason I don't accept that is because 9 times out of 10, these people have a phone that connects to the internet. And I believe that if we truly, truly want to change, we can. Yes, it is hard. With my family being the way it was, I had to lie in order to go to therapy. I started working when I was 11 years old, and I lied to my mother and said I had another job, but I had therapy on Tuesday and Thursday. That's how crazy my family was, that nobody checked, nobody asked, because I was already working a job. I mean, I'm 5'8" and I've been this same height since I was 10. So I never looked like a child, which is how I worked illegally for so many years. And I'm glad that I did work illegally, because I was able to save money, because I moved out when I was 16.
But not everyone can afford therapy, and also
No. I'm not saying that they need to. I mean, yes, we all need to go to therapy, and I understand people can't afford it. But what I'm saying is, these same people have a phone. They can read articles. They can, free audiobooks. The libraries have these things and whatnot. I'm just saying that where there's a will, there's a way. And I do understand that many of us have not seen that there is a way, but I can't accept that people can't do it. I think they're not in a place yet to do it.
They can. I think most people with at least average intelligence can achieve really amazing things. The problem is, when I say that they're doing the best with what they have, it's coming from a place of recognizing that until this generation, it was very rare that we would hear conversation. And I've been looking, so maybe I'm missing it, but I think commonplace now is this idea of generational trauma, unlearning some of the things that we've learned. And I think we will have a better argument later if we still see the same outcomes. But it's interesting because I think Petty and people in my chat think I don't empathize with this idea. I don't empathize with the idea that children, some are disliking their parents because so many parents are bad. And I empathize with that because I recognize that we have a lot of unlearning to do, but I'm graceful, hopefully, because I know that those people did not have the tools. A lot of us did not have the tools to become the best version of ourselves. And so being kind of damaged means that we are now inflicting damage onto other people. And so I think hopefully, as we start to learn more about how we're passing on trauma, that we will reconcile our own issues and not pass it on to other people. Louis says, I had someone I know said, I know I am fat, black, and ugly. She is not, but can't see it. She can lose the weight, but has all kinds of excuses. Before you go, I think What Girl was going to respond, and then we can all get our final thoughts in less than 30 seconds.
I agree. And I saw in the chat too, with people saying that, it might not be quite so easy. I guess maybe I have, in spite of everything I've been through, I still hold this deep hope that each of us, regardless of what we've been through, can tap into that light that is at the center of our being. And so that is where I'm coming from with that. I think we can get there. We just have to tap into that. And I understand that that's not going to happen for probably most people, unfortunately, but I will continue to hold out that hope.
Me too.
That more people will at least look within. And I think you're also right that with this generation, the millennial generation and the next, I have a child in both, have observed, as they call us, the Gen Xers, the silent generation, because we're too tired to do much, it seems. But, I've been always very honest with my children, especially now that they're both adults, because, my daughter would ask me what was wrong with me, not in a bad way, but she knew I was different. And I'm very different from my family. I always have been, but I had to kind of piecemeal letting my children know what I survived so that they can have some understanding about what drives me and why I was maniacally protective of them. Because, my children had childhoods. I did not. I shared the same age, and that was the only experience we had in common. And so having them now understand that, what they have lived is not my lived experience. It has actually helped them to have compassion for other people because now they understand that not everybody lived the way they did. They were safe at home, well loved, there weren't any real struggles, they were provided for, blah, blah, blah. And both of them will say to me, when I see people who have less than, my heart goes out to them and I want to help them. And I think that if we're honest with ourselves first and then with others, we can build bridges. And some people who might not have crossed that bridge will take a chance and take an alternate route.
Agreed. I agree with you. I'm with you on this.
Thank you.
I think you and I should have a public conversation soon. So I hopefully I can set that up with everything happening. I want everyone to, you guys have 30 seconds. If you have nothing to say, that's fine. But 30 seconds to wrap up before I go. We've been on for 4 hours and 30 minutes.
Can I give my 30 seconds
Yep.
and then, yeah. Okay.
Yep.
So starting now, 30 seconds. Thank you guys for your perspective. I truly appreciate it. I'm definitely going to take this advice on wherever I go. What I got from you, Themis, with the last thing that you said was ending generational traumas, despite how hard it is. It's not going to come up. It's not going to be very easy. You might get some pushback, but we definitely need to end those generational traumas. Last thing I have to say before the time is up is, as the tables are turning a little bit in Black women's favor, as we're getting better representation, I just want to caution Black women that we need to be a little bit careful with our image. I definitely understand that, I'm not trying to come off a particular way, but I noticed that Black women are doing some of the similar things that Black men do to us. And so I get it. I get it's funny to see Black men, going through the things that they're going through sometimes. I know it's kind of evil, but be careful when saying things like, with the whole Jonathan Majors thing coming out, be careful with saying things like his features are ugly. Just be careful with that, because just like Black men call us ugly and we look like them, so it reflects how they think about themselves. When you call Black men ugly, like it or not, you look like them too. So we all have the same features and they're beautiful. It's okay to hold someone accountable without calling them without calling their features unattractive. You can hold the men accountable for their thoughts and for their degenerate mindset, but just be careful with calling them ugly. That's all I got to say. All right, that's it.
Thank you. Oh, I thought you guys said he was voted sexiest man alive. Was he not?
There were some people, I was in another chat and some people were saying, yeah, he's ugly. Some people even said that he was like this civil rights fine or something like that, not that attractive. I think it was like only 3 people that said that he wasn't attractive, and it caused a big uproar on social media. But I've noticed some Black women in some sectors are calling out Black men's features, and I'm just like, it's not all of us, but I'm just like, be careful. As Black women start to get our shine, just be careful.
That's interesting. I need to think about this because I actually agree with you. Some people in the chat don't agree with you. I agree with you. Particularly, I won't get into this. I find it hard to believe Black women en masse disparage Black men. You said there was only 3, so that makes sense. Yeah. I would not use the same weapon used against you against them, because that you become just like them in everyone else's eyes. This is kind of interesting. I need to do more thinking on this. But yeah, I initial thought, I agree with you. I think you have to be careful. All right. Petty concern, Paris. 30 seconds.
I want to start by saying it was good of you to acknowledge your bias against the children and reflect on that. I think I'm gonna make a passport bro video because I've been looking up data the whole time you guys have been doing this, and probably it's going to be about the Maslow hierarchy of needs as far as why the marriages actually last longer when you get, for example, a mail order bride, and that was one of the theories, as well as just socioeconomically dating up and stuff like that. So I mean, I'll end there.
Yeah. By the way, I don't like calling people ugly just generally, unless like fresh or fit. I don't remember which one. The issue that I have is, and so that should not, like, I feel like you can find someone not to be attractive and they just happen to be black or white or whatever. I don't feel like you have to believe someone is attractive because they're black. Just I just wanted to clarify, even though no one asked.
I'm also struggling with, I'm struggling with whether I consider someone ugly or if I'm actually being colorist. That's something I'm discussing with my therapist regarding the Jonathan Majors thing, because to see the same features on a black woman, I wonder what my response might be. So, I mean, I've been thinking about that.
Yeah, but my bias is because I don't care about a beautiful face or not. It's about intellect for me. So I have no dog in this fight. Concern, Paris.
So for me, how I want to wrap up is that the rock girl, you said amazing points. I want to posit that for Black people to do better, we also have to identify that people are not going to be nice about it. We must have the courage to be disliked. We must be willing to stand when people are giving aggression towards when we're trying to have confidence. And I don't think this contradicts anything you say, but I just don't want us to go into our self-love journeys thinking being naive, because the world at large gets a lot of free labor from Black people's low self-esteem. And they get a lot of things for free in terms of even us being muses for the global creativity and all the above and trends. And so as we continue to own our image and own our future and all the above, we have to be realistic in that there will be pushback to that, and there will be people who take that as an affront to their social systems, and we have to be prepared for that.
Thank you. Same lady. I'm here for a strong nose because I have a strong nose and I'm the most beautiful thing in this world. I'm not kidding. Paris, go ahead.
I'll end by saying one of the best quotes I've ever heard is that comparison is the thief of joy. With that being said, beauty when it comes to women is layered, is something that it's an uphill battle. It's something that men willed based off patriarchy to pit us against each other. So it is a social currency to a certain extent, but we have to remember as women that the gag is it doesn't matter, because if someone's going to treat you well, they'll treat you well. And if they're not, it doesn't matter what you look like when it comes to when you engage in relationship with them. Kim from Fort Harriet said that it's a very poor investment. Beauty is a poor investment. I feel like it's true, because everybody's going to be old one day. You can make the most out of your little cute phase or whatever. So that's a thing. But I know for me, one thing that helps me, number one, both of my parents are like Themis's complexion, but all of us as kids came out really light because my dad's mother is really light. I was the ugly duckling growing up. Was tall, bald head, skinny, no butt, from the South. So everybody wanted the short, little, pretty, light-skinned girl with the long hair. My sister was that. So I had to develop a character. Some women don't. So when you see those women that the guys can easily pick, oh, you're light skinned, it makes them feel some type of way. or oh, you got long hair, and it makes them feel some type of way. It's because they've been socialized the way we were talking about how we deal with children. They've been taught that their beauty and what they look like comes first. With Black women, we need to teach our children that they are beautiful no matter what they look like, because you will see these little alien white babies come out and people just gush and gosh all over them. We need to do that for our own children, but we also need to let them know that if they are in a phenotype where they are a preference, to let them know, like, okay, so you're cute and what? Because at the end of the
Wait, I I agreed with Kim when she said beauty was a bad investment because I thought she was talking about long term diminishing return and ultimately not being able to keep that up. I disagree with her. In the short term, I didn't realize people were using that to say you should not invest in it. And I find that sad and unfortunate that we don't understand how beauty operates and can be used. And if you got it, use it. And I will never, ever, ever feel terrible or shame someone who used the beauty to get what they want. I think if you can invest in it, you should. Just don't go bankrupt, don't spend too much money in it. But it does afford, particularly women, more access. Though beauty by itself is not useful. We see a lot of beautiful people who have nothing, but beauty can be used. It is a currency, and I don't see it in the way that Kimberly's statement, beauty is a poor investment, has, I don't know if you were doing this, but I think it has been weaponized to say, don't invest. You can opt out. You can't opt out of beauty. You can't.
I think I understand where you're coming from, but as a woman as well, beauty is something that, if wielded on the opposite way, on the opposite end, men can use it as a leverage. And again, it's a moving target for women. If
Yep.
they market to us and sell to us based off of those standards, but also it puts you in a level of danger sometimes. I know all women have been in a situation where they're out and a guy is vying for your attention or approaching you, and you saying you're not interested can put you in danger to a certain extent too. So, and even with the I'm beautiful, I'm going to find a guy, this and that, you can find a man who will dote on you and things like that at first, but that's not, they'll say what they have to get with you, but they look at you as only someone who's beautiful. So what you're wanting to gain from that exchange is not necessarily going to be the same. And I feel like that's why so many of these women, such as the Brittany Renners and the Amber Roses and things like that, are realizing it wasn't the best investment for them to
No,
lead with
nope,
that.
they're lying to you. Nope, they're lying to you. All the names you just called are lying to you. They got what they wanted. They might not get fully what they wanted, but Amber Rose would not be Amber Rose but for her beauty and proximity to whiteness. Same thing with Brittany Renner. I don't care what none of them two women say, they're lying to you. Beauty, I don't think it's something you should die over, but again, this goes back to taking stock of what you have, taking stock of where you are, and figuring out how to use what you have to get what you want. Absolutely not. Do not listen to them
If what
women
they
talking
want
about
is
they're
a healthy
over it.
relationship and a marriage and things like
None
that,
of them, neither of those women wanted a healthy relationship. Both of those women wanted money.
Beyonce got cheated on, Halle Berry got cheated on, and they're some of the most beautiful
I
people.
don't know what you're doing now.
I'm saying that even at your most peak, the epitome of what we see as Shakira got cheated on. It's like you can see somebody that's at the peak of what men and
Beauty does
people are
not give
saying is
you a
beautiful.
good and healthy relationship. There are other reasons why people and ways in which people use beauty. Beyonce doesn't get a Jay-Z but for beauty and talent. She can believe what she wants, but she doesn't. there is access, and I don't think we should preach in any meaningful way that we can be opting out of beauty. I don't think that is right. I don't think that's fair, and I don't think that's true. Now, you can convince me otherwise, but pointing to Brittany Renner or Amber Rose, I'm just going to ignore those two. But when you say about what you say about healthy relationship, you are correct. Beauty does not give you a good relationship. Actually, it might work against you. It doesn't mean it's a bad investment. It just depends on what you want. Beauty plus what makes a good relationship. Even if you don't have beauty, you can have a good, healthy relationship. You can be cared for. And I'm not talking about beauty as if everyone isn't beautiful in someone's eyes. I'm talking about a specific kind of beauty that is categorized, it is marketed, and it's commodified essentially. But I don't think it's fair to say because beautiful women get cheated on, that you shouldn't invest in it. I'm not saying pour your money into it. I'm just saying take care of yourself, show up in the world in your best version of you if you want. But if you believe you can opt out and see what happens. I will never give the advice that you should opt out. And to the extent beauty is a bad investment means you should opt out, I will never give that advice either.
I understand where you're coming from. My saying that is because in this patriarchal system, it's as men view us, and we've always been consumed based off of our beauty.
True, but even the example you give is not isolated to beautiful women. Everyone gets cheated on. It's not the woman, it's the man. Like the person who cheated is the problem. It's not your beauty is not going to make them cheat. Your lack of beauty is not going to make them not cheat. Like they're going to do what they're going to do. Lovely lady says, I work in wealth investment. Looks matter just as much as brains in my industry. You have to present a certain way to be successful. Yeah. I mean, it's.
And I mean, like it doesn't make for a healthy relationship, but attraction is a part of a healthy relationship.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to say that in a way of saying that make that your whole identity, to Themis's point, but I do think that we shoot ourselves in the foot as women when we invalidate the beauty conversation, especially when it affects us so much more because of how society is socialized, how men and women are socialized when it comes to relationship. Because I'm not saying that that your natural features and waking up without makeup and all the above is not enough, right? But to say that Brittany Renner and Amber Rose, to Themis's point, but Brittany Renner and Amber Rose are examples of beauty working to me, like, because they aren't like I don't think that they are examples of beauty failing. The men cheating on them, they're still significantly. Brittany Renner was a personal trainer or something before, so she's probably making way more money now, right? Her beauty gave her that access. Amber Rose in the same. She now has that notoriety. Like a lot of times, we're not listening to women we don't find beautiful.
Yeah. And I mean, conversely, sometimes people don't listen to women who are beautiful. But if you're beautiful and you up your intellect and you up your charisma and you up like other parts of, like, I think again, it's about figuring out how to best live and play the game with the hand you were dealt. If you rely solely on beauty, then you probably won't get far. If you rely solely on talent, you also probably won't get far. Like I don't think beauty is the only currency. It is a currency that can purchase certain things, but there are other currencies. You don't only need beauty, or beauty is not determinative, right? If we're thinking about this as a totality of the circumstances type test, beauty would be one element, humor, intellect, charisma, ability to connect. Like, we all have these amazing traits, and I feel like we are overlooking, like, if you're not high on the beauty standard foolishness that is being perpetuated, it does not mean you're going to fail. It means you're going to have to work on other parts of who you are, and also focus on the beauty thing too. But I don't fight to assimilate it in like whiteness as the hierarchy of beauty. You can look around and find what aesthetics work for you, and aesthetics do matter. Like, I prefer the academic aesthetics as opposed to the Instagram model aesthetic, as opposed to the Vogue cover aesthetic.
Lies. You're a whole Instagram model right now, Themis.
Period.
See,
Period.
don't,
But what
don't
I
let me
mean,
find
what
out
I
you out
mean,
here putting thirst traps on the internet. Don't let me
right.
find out.
But what I was saying is that I want us as women to look internally and, like you said, figure out what works for you, and also look to each other of what we admire and things like that, and not do it from a male gaze, because the male gaze portion is the part where you end up looking like that girl who one of her boobs burst. It's like, if you want to attract a male, just don't wear clothes. That's pretty easy. If you want to have a certain level of beauty and all of that stuff to your own standard, cool. But attracting a man is never a hard thing. They had this thing on Instagram where they were saying what your grandma used to wear and never have to work and sit at the house. And she got a whole moo on, never had tight clothes or anything like that on. And these same men, I would do, I used to be such a troll on Facebook. I was worse than Prince Petty, I swear. But I put a post on Facebook and I said, it's funny how Mother's Day comes around and all these same men that would browbeat women about what they look like have moms that look like the way they moms look. Everything that you say you don't like about these other women, your mom was that. So how can you sit here and demean women for looking the same way your mom, your sisters, and things like that look? So we can't look to them to tell us what we're supposed to look like. That was the whole, kitten and heels thing, is him telling us. And as people always point out, they have the unmitigated gall, the gall and the nerve of a cis hetero man of the height of mediocrity to then look at you and tell you you're not good enough. They do it all the time. So we have to define what that means for us, and dress and present yourself in the way that makes you feel good internally, shining out. Because they're going to, no matter what you put on, they're going to tell you you're wrong. It doesn't matter what you do. You're going to be wrong to somebody. So instead of internalizing what they're saying, figure out what works for you, what makes you happy, and how you want to present yourself. Because literally, you could be perfect, and there's somebody's going to try to tear you down. That's just how it is.
Yeah. That is that on that, and I agree. Thank you all so much. We went a lot over time, but it is 4 hours and 46 minutes, so almost 5 hours. I'm going to end before it gets to 5. Again, we might not be having a meeting that I sent out. I will send out another email letting you guys know that we might not be having that meeting on Sunday. Regarding the thing, because debate, because I have another obligation. Thank you all so very much. Have a wonderful weekend. I will see you guys next week.
Thank you, Themis. Good night.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you, chat. You guys were so empowering. Theme is another great show. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm gonna go get food. I'm gonna try to comb my hair one more time. My head is hurting a little, so I might not touch my hair because I know the middle. Right in here is not combed. I'm sure right in here is not. So when I'm combing my hair, I have to like grab the end and like. So apparently you're supposed to comb from the end and go in. I don't do that. I have to grab this and I just start ripping and everything starts falling out. So I'm gonna need y'all to come here with the hair care things because right now it's like dry and nothing is giving. So it is what it is. Let me know how to comb my hair. Let me figure out what to do because I'm trying to grow it back. Let me wait. Where is it? So this hairstyle from the podcast is what I'm going back to. Right? Let me show you guys. And let me remove myself. So that is what I'm going. I wanted to go back down like about here and then I'll stop. So we'll see. Someone said, love the color. Yes, I am tender-headed. People keep saying that, and I cannot see what color you guys are seeing. It does look browner at the end. Yeah, it does actually look browner. I didn't color my hair. No, that would probably damage my hair. Like, should I color my hair? No, I'm not gonna do that. All right. Bye. Someone said emo themis. No, it's dark academia. People brought that up on here. Dark academia themis. Bye.